It's a years-long mystery that has puzzled investigators. But out here in the desert, there's a break in the case.
Once we were inside, it appeared that people just got up and walked away.
It's not considered a crime scene, right?
That's correct. It wasn't a crime scene.
What detectives uncovered that suggests the McStays may have plotted their own disappearance.
What's incredible is that we're just several hundred yards from the border. I mean, the wall's right
That's
there.
correct. Did they cross the border and go into Mexico voluntarily or involuntarily?
All his surfboards are here, so he didn't go surfing in Mexico, guys. The double stroller here, they don't go anywhere without the double stroller.
It was totally out of character as a husband and wife and family to be romping around.
What bothered me was that I found an email to Summer. I love you forever. Happy birthday, Summer, forever and ever.
And there was a question of, oh, is he following them?
And you see these text messages. These are very threatening. This is scary stuff.
Some evidence of financial things that seem shady to me.
What happened to this family?
The whole family, husband, wife, and 2 children, gone, like poof, disappeared.
Who's ever heard of an entire family going missing?
The sudden disappearance of the McStay family quickly becomes one of the most perplexing missing persons cases in memory. And the mystery starts right here on Avocado Vista Lane in sunny Fallbrook, California. And you look around and you see this quiet, quaint community where about 16 years ago, Joseph and Summer McStay drove down this very same street, proud first-time homeowners, excited to raise their 2 sons here.
There's the house.
This is the house.
The McStays' home was supposed to hold lots of happy memories for this young family. For a short time, it did. But then on February 4th, 2010, Joseph McStay, his wife Summer, their 2 young sons vanished from here without a trace.
They were living in San Clemente, California. I remember them in the little tiny apartment that they lived in. And Summer gave birth to Giovanni. And they did have their second child in this small little San Clemente apartment too. So as Summer and Joe grew their family, they outgrew the little beach place that they were living in.
When Joey moved to Fallbrook, I think he was really excited of being a homeowner.
He was ready to move into a bigger house, have a yard for the kids.
There's a decent sized yard here, for sure. Fruit trees. This is cool. Look how big the side yard is. I can do a lot over here with the boys.
I think Joseph was really on the upswing in terms of his business, his personal life, and Joseph had his own business, Earth-Inspired Products.
He sold these high-end custom water features, the type you might see in hotels and business lobbies.
He actually started his business, I think, like in his garage, designing his own features by hand. And he had a partner, Daniel Kavanaugh.
I actually made the whole website. I was able to build a site that was like the Amazon of wall fountains. And then I stuck it to the top of Google for every keyword.
In terms of his website knowledge, that was the perfect partner to get him where he needed to be in the search rankings.
As the online business was growing, Joseph hired a welder to build the custom fountains.
Chase Merritt was Joseph's fabricator on the custom side. He would weld and manufacture smaller scale water walls for Joseph.
In a video posted to the company's YouTube page, Chase is seen putting together one of his newly built water features.
Once they started doing business together, they were on the phone constantly.
On February 4th, Chase says he and Joseph met in Rancho Cucamonga, where Chase lived, and they had lunch together at a Chick-fil-A. Afterwards, Chase says that Joseph stopped returning calls or answering emails.
When Chase couldn't get a hold of Joseph that weekend, he expressed concern, like, if you can't get a hold of him, that's unusual, and like we should do something. And that's when he reached out to the family.
Joseph's web designer and business partner, Dan Kavanaugh, also reached out to the family when he also could not get a hold of Joseph. But then he takes it one step further.
I just took the initiative and I just called the cops. I put a welfare check in and I was like, hey, go by this address and see if they're okay.
San Diego County Sheriff's Office deputies conduct a welfare check at the McStay home. Nobody is home at the time, but there are no signs that anything is amiss, so deputies simply follow procedure and do not go inside. And then 11 days after the family was last heard from, Joseph's brother, Michael McStay, files a missing persons report. Now, he speaks to police in a recorded interview detailing the mysterious disappearance.
Yeah, nobody's talked to Joseph since before the 4th.
Well, what brought you from trying to call him on February 4th, getting nothing?
All the friends calling me, telling me that, have you heard from Joe? What's going on?
Dennis Brugos is a retired lieutenant from the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. He oversaw the investigation, and I spoke with him outside of the home where the McStays had lived. And once those sheriff's deputies come out here, what are they looking for?
If the doors are locked from the outside, and check the windows, you look around, you go around the house.
Deputies, they don't notice anything particularly alarming. No forced entry. But they do notice that the family's beloved dogs are left unattended in the yard, barking away, haven't been fed, have no water.
And then they probably see the note pasted on the side door here from animal control, basically alerting the family that the dogs have been abandoned.
Yes.
What does that signal to the deputies?
And that raised red flags because by all accounts, they were very good pet owners. They took very good care of their dogs. And for them to do that would be completely out of character for them.
I mean, their dogs were like their second kids. They would have never done that, ever, in a million years.
Once we were inside, it appeared that people just got up and walked away. There were some perishable foods on the counter in the kitchen. As I recall, there were a couple of half-eaten bowls of popcorn in front of a television.
Is it alarming to find uncooked eggs, popcorn strewn about on the couch?
I don't know if that alone is alarming, but I mean, when you put the whole picture together, them not contacting people, the dogs, perishable food left out, then all those things together makes you think it raises the level of suspicion that something's not right.
And what do we know at this point about the McStays' vehicles?
Well, we knew that one of the vehicles was parked here in a driveway and the other one wasn't here.
The McStays' white Isuzu Trooper is missing, and inside the home there are clothes that are just strewn about.
Deputies are looking around thinking, is there something really wrong here? But given that, they still didn't see blood spatter, no signs of struggles, no walls kicked in, no broken glass.
When you look at the situation at the house, then you start looking at the family situation. Who were these people? Were they possibly targets of some criminals for some unknown reason?
And then investigators get a break in the case. The family car is found not far from here along the U.S.-Mexico border. And then a surveillance camera, just like this one, captures what appears to be a family of 4 going into Mexico. So now the question is, are the McStays running from something or someone?
This is pretty close to the waves that we would surf, actually, even a little bigger than Joe is comfortable with, but I get him out there and we love the ocean.
Holy cow, it's breaking at the reef. See those guys out here? Look at that.
And what did you make of Joseph when you met him?
He was chill. I liked just surfing with him, We're pretty simple.
What was life like for Joseph and Summer when they were living in San Clemente?
As our business got more successful, it became like the perfect life. You got your girl, now you got your kids, you're right by the beach. You can go surfing, you can run an online business. It's the American dream.
To me, Summer was exotic. She had dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, and she also had a really big, cute smile. When she got engaged, Summer was telling me that, you know, she wanted me in her wedding. And the wedding was held at a beautiful venue here in South Orange County. And it was very fun and playful. And then when she got pregnant, she was thrilled that she was pregnant and starting the second part of her dream come true with Joey.
They had 2 kids.
Joseph Jr. and Gianni.
And they knew you. What did they call you?
They would call me Uncle Dan. They're cute little kids, you know? I'd come over, play some guitar, hang out with them.
They would go on bike rides as a family along the beach.
I'm having so much fun.
And I think they just were happy in their bubble.
They wanted to stay in San Clemente because of the surf, but they found that they had a lot nicer options down by Fallbrook. They were trying to renovate the new house, so they were going to do that all by themselves.
We're going to rip out the cabinets. I'll be putting a beautiful granite here, beautiful wood floors all through here as well.
They had barely started their home renovation projects when they suddenly disappeared in February of 2010.
As time went on, we started getting more worried.
It was just devastating. Time stops and you're in disbelief and shock.
After the San Diego County Sheriff's investigators visit the McStay's home, it takes another 4 days to get their warrants approved to allow them to remove evidence from the home. And what happens within those 4 days could critically alter the course of the entire investigation. It's not considered a crime scene, right?
That's correct. It wasn't a crime scene. There was nothing that suggested any type of foul play, but still, we were going to run with it.
What doesn't happen, though, is the house is not roped off, you don't see tape on the door, nothing like that.
Right.
And at that point, Joe McStay's mother comes in, and she decides to try to clean up. And so you don't actually know if she actually may have destroyed evidence because you weren't quite sure what evidence was in the house to begin with.
That's correct.
Investigators are also really interested in getting information on that Isuzu Trooper that belonged to the family. But the thing is, it could be anywhere. And then they run the plates and they find out that the car is 60 miles away.
It was at a parking lot in a shopping center that was at the San Diego-Mexico border, and the vehicle had been towed. Now, what investigators still don't know is if the McStays themselves parked their vehicle here or if it was someone else.
What's incredible is that we're just several hundred yards from the border. I mean, the wall's right
That's
there.
correct. Certainly walking distance, even with children.
When the car was impounded and detectives actually got to it, did they find any evidence that was useful?
They had the child safety seats in the back seat.
Yeah.
There was some medication that one of the children was taking, I believe, for asthma, but nothing else of any real significance.
Until February 8th, that Isuzu Trooper was parked here. How does that influence the trajectory of the investigation going forward?
Well, from that point, then you're trying to say, why is the trooper down here? The international border's a block and a half away, so did they cross the border and go into Mexico voluntarily or involuntarily?
Police turn their attention to any surveillance video that might be at that border. And sure enough, after going through hours and hours of footage, they see a family of 4 calmly walking across the border on the very same day that that Isuzu Trooper had been towed from the parking lot.
And so it seems that a surveillance camera just like this one captured what looked like the McStay family crossing into Mexico.
That's correct. And at that point, you know, it was exciting from the perspective of the investigators that, like, we might have a lead here.
When we saw the footage of them in Mexico, supposedly, that was kind of a relief. They had found his car very close to the border, and so that made sense.
Investigators also do a forensic search of the McStays' computers, and they uncover what looks like an important lead. They call Michael McStay to break the news.
Hi, Mike.
Hey.
Finally got a little bit of a lead.
That's good.
We did the computer analysis, and on January 28th, somebody inside the residence on the computer using Internet Explorer, there were multiple inquiries to crossing into the Mexico area with children and what's required for passports. That coupled with the video and the placement of the car would indicate that they probably went to Mexico.
It seemed like every time you turn on the TV, there was something about it.
It became a huge local story. Forensic computer experts found important new clues on the McStay's family computer that indicates the family researched and planned their getaway across this border into Mexico.
I remember there were some chat rooms about, well, Joey brings all these materials from Mexico. Maybe he's involved with the cartels.
We heard everything. There were so many crazy theories.
Adding to those theories and questions, Joseph's friend and business associate, Gina Watson, found some other possibly Mexico-related information while combing through Joseph and Summer's email for any clues.
So the email that I saw was about Rosetta Stone Spanish, and she wanted Joseph to go purchase it, and she was excited about it. It doesn't necessarily mean they use the Rosetta Stone to change their life and move to Mexico or something, but it's definitely a possibility.
But when Gina Watson takes a deeper dive into the McStay's accounts, she stumbles upon something that she finds alarming. It looks like someone has been taking money out of the company's account. Now, could that be connected to the family's disappearance? The McStay family has vanished without a trace from their California home. Eventually, the call for answers grows more forceful and becomes national.
Really disturbing story, so they need your tips more than ever.
Family members have searched near the San Ysidro-Tijuana border, where the McStay's vehicle was found abandoned.
Detectives are thinking it appears that they went to Mexico, and it was their choice.
We felt that, there was a possibility that, it was a strong possibility that they left voluntarily and there was no coercion involved.
But those close to the McStays are just not convinced the family would head down to Mexico without telling anyone.
It was totally out of character as a husband and wife and family to be romping around.
Can I give you my number to pass along to them so they can call me?
Joseph's brother, Michael McStay, is equally suspicious that something just isn't right. Weeks after the disappearance, Michael goes back to the home, this time with a camera, and he's looking for clues and expressing his doubts.
Now look, all his surfboards are here, so we didn't go surfing in Mexico, guys. The double stroller here,
the double
stroller is here. They don't go anywhere without their double stroller. I mean, if they were down there, there's no phones in Mexico to call your family and say, hey, I'm drinking a Mai Tai down on the beach with $1 bazillion in the bank. No, it's just not like Joe.
Meanwhile, Gina Watson has been helping Joseph McStay's father, Patrick, comb through emails, trying to find any clues. Since Gina and Patrick also doubt that the McStays traveled to Mexico willingly, they now believe that something far more sinister has gone down. At the time of the family's disappearance, Gina and Patrick knew that Earth-inspired products was poised to land some large contracts.
He and I both thought, since Joseph was about to come into money through his business, that it could be a financial motive for someone. And then I saw that there were withdrawals from the PayPal account.
Joseph had PayPal set up so that he could pay money to vendors or receive money from clients.
Gina notices several emails requesting money from the business account via PayPal from Dan Kavanaugh on February 6th, and several more after that, all of them totaling almost $7,000, all of which was withdrawn before the McStays had even been reported missing. So San Diego detectives called Dan Kavanaugh to ask him about those PayPal transactions.
And let me ask you this, Dan, I know you have access for PayPal and PayPal transfers.
Yeah.
All the way back to like the 5th.
You want me to do this? Itemize out all the transfers, get you like receipts and stuff.
And what kind of explanation did you give them about the PayPal accounts after the McStays went missing?
Maintaining the business, keeping it afloat, keeping the lights on, you know, paying our vendors.
Did the investigator seem satisfied with your answers?
Yeah, and I could provide documentation, spreadsheets, proof, like everything.
If you could do that and just shoot me a quick ledger on where the money went, that way my questions are answered.
The San Diego sheriffs say that they were satisfied with the information Kavanaugh provided, and he was cleared. Gina Watson also gives a tip to detectives about Chase Merritt. He's the welder who builds Joseph's custom water fountains, someone Gina claims had a history of customer complaints.
You have to talk to Chase Merritt. I actually emailed the detective.
Gina knows Chase Merritt not just through Joseph, but also from the water feature industry, and she said she'd had direct experience dealing with him.
I would say he was good with his hands and good with metal, but there were complaints.
By his own account, Chase Merritt was the last person to see Joseph McStay. Since he's a priority interview for San Diego investigators, they sit down with him 2 days after the McStays are reported missing.
Joseph was one of my best friends, and obviously, and my business associate. And I can't remember a day that I haven't talked to him almost every single day for the last at least 2 years.
Investigators have lots of questions for Chase. Among them, what was that lunch at Chick-fil-A about?
I saw Joseph Thursday around noon. Thursday, which day?
Thursday the 4th.
Where'd you see him?
At Chick-fil-A. We just had to go over all kinds of money stuff.
Nothing to do with the disappearance, whether it's good or bad.
Absolutely not, no. I don't know of anybody that has anything to gain by Joseph being gone.
Well, Chase wanted to find Joseph, so, I mean, he was willing to do anything he could to help the investigation.
Kathy Jarvis, Chase's girlfriend at the time, says that any allegations of unhappy customers were just untrue.
Go ahead and put the first piece of glass in.
On the Waterfall Company's YouTube page, Chase displays his handiwork.
He absolutely cared about his work and how it reflected on him.
At this point, there's really not much to do with Chase Merritt. They take a DNA sample and send him on his way.
With no fresh clues to follow, and because investigators believe it is possible the family left the country voluntarily, the question of what happened to the McStays remains a mystery for the next few years.
So in 2013, the Sheriff's Department, they felt that they had exhausted all of their leads, so they felt that their best case was to turn it over to the FBI.
As the days and weeks and months went on, we felt very hopeless and helpless.
But not long after the case is handed over to the FBI, a shocking discovery comes to light in the Mojave Desert.
North Victorville. It's high desert. It's about 3,000 feet elevation, kind of a desolate area. A popular sport in the high desert is riding and racing motorcycles. It was Veterans Day, 2013, and I had the day off, so I went out. It was a nice morning, cool and early. When I go riding, I usually try to avoid most well-traveled roads and just look for trails and rougher roads. I'm going very slow, and I saw what I thought was kind of like an upside down a tortoise shell, which would be strange. When I walked over there, and it didn't look like a tortoise shell. Well, it looked like part of a skull. But it was no bigger than probably the palm of my hand. It's a heartbreaking thing because I couldn't help but think it was small.
911, what's your emergency?
I'm out here on a motorcycle out behind the dump, and I found what looks like a human skull.
The disappearance of the McStay family has haunted family, friends, and the community for almost 4 years. And now, about 100 miles away from where they lived in Fallbrook, California, evidence unearthed from the sands of the Mojave might provide long-sought answers as to what happened to this family. That's what's so crazy about it, is that it feels like it's in the middle of nowhere, but, you know, we're a quarter mile from this busy freeway.
Very, very true, yeah.
Detective Eddie Bachman was a homicide investigator with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Office when that 911 call came in. A team of investigators, including a forensic pathologist, was dispatched to the location right off the I-15 freeway between Los Angeles and Las Vegas.
It wasn't just the bones by the side of the road that the dirt biker found.
Correct. Once they kind of started doing the grid tour, the walkthrough of the area, that's when they located the graves.
2 graves just under 2 feet deep, containing human remains. Investigators begin to excavate the area carefully.
So you start removing some of the dirt slowly. As we start peeling it back, then we realize at that point that we've got 4 victims out here.
What's the realization for you?
It's huge to me at that point. You occasionally have one where, yeah, there's a victim that's located in the desert, but it's generally not of that volume. So it was at the end of the second day that we're able to get dental record comparison done and determine that the 2 adults were identified as Joseph and Summer McStay.
It takes a few more days to identify the remains of Gianni and Joseph Jr. through DNA testing. And for the McStays' loved ones, it's a tragic resolution to the mystery of the family's sudden disappearance years earlier.
It's not really the outcome we were looking for, but it gives us courage to know that they're together and they're in a better place.
That was such a hard day to see Michael on the press conference, barely holding it together. On the one hand, it's like finally you know something, but then there's all these other questions.
How did that happen? How did they get there? And, you know, who did this? And something really terrible happened to them.
San Bernardino Sheriff's investigators now have the grim task of figuring out how the McStays met their fate.
As they're scraping away layer upon layer of those shallow graves, are you able to notice anything about what might have happened?
So initially, when I was working on the grave over where Joseph was recovered, we noticed obviously there was some type of blunt force trauma to his head, but he also had an extension cord that was tied around his neck and that was bound down to his lower extremities. There's obviously some malice or something that was involved with that.
In the grave with Joseph McStay was his son, Joey Jr., and in the second grave were Summer and Gianni, but also a crucial piece of evidence.
Ultimately, once the victims were removed from the grave, then we located a Stanley sledgehammer underneath the victims.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps that was the murder weapon?
Yeah, and initially looking at it, the size of the sledgehammer was consistent with the impact marks that were left on the victims.
And even though it's been nearly 4 years, an incredible clue remains, seemingly formed by a heavy rainstorm and then baked in by the hot desert sun.
There were sets of tire impressions that had backed up to where each grave were at.
Did it seem to you that this was 1 car, 2 cars?
Based on the size of the tire impressions, it seemed that it was 1 car that backed up.
So at this point you have 4 bodies. You now know it's the McStay family. This must have just cracked this case wide open.
Yeah.
So you now know what happened to them You just don't know who did it to them.
Correct.
When the bodies were first discovered, some of our first thoughts were, this has to be a cartel hit. Like, who does this? Murders people and buries their bodies out in the middle of the desert.
You think about what they possibly saw or feared. You think about, as a mother, wanting to protect those children. And it's heartbreaking, it really is.
San Bernardino detectives begin to gather all the information they can from San Diego investigators. But with no crime scene, no witnesses, they're basically starting from scratch. Who could have done this? And they begin by asking Joseph McStay's brother, Michael.
They got pulled away from the house by somebody that was comfortable to them.
So when we met with Michael and we talked with him, he believed that there were some people that we needed to look into. Charles Chase Merritt and Dan Kavanaugh.
What could have led to this horrible crime? Can answers be found in angry messages sent to Joseph McStay?
That does sound like a threat.
Or perhaps impossible evidence of a romance gone bad.
I found an email that said, "I love you forever, happy birthday, Summer, forever and ever."
Two of the bodies found here in the Victorville Desert are those of Joseph and Summer McStay.
With this finality, Joseph's friends and surfer buddies, they hold a special memorial service on the water, something that surfers call a paddle out.
This is something that they love to do, so we feel like this would be important.
The paddle out was after they found him, and we finally could kind of have some closure. It was very touching.
Question now, who killed Joseph and his family? Homicide investigators from San Bernardino start by touching base with the San Diego Sheriff's Department to get all the information that they have from the missing persons case.
We met with them, we got the copies of their case files, but at that point it's our investigation, so we start from scratch.
It could have been anybody. You had to really look at everything with a open eye.
They want to talk to anyone who the San Diego investigators might have heard from that had any issue with Joseph McStay or his wife.
So Vic Johansson was one of Summer's ex-boyfriends, and they didn't have the best breakup.
We know that at some time in the past, Vic Johansson pled no contest to making criminal threats to a neighbor.
What bothered me was that I found an email from December of 2009 to Summer, and it said, "I love you forever, happy birthday, Summer, forever and ever." It was just odd.
And there was a question of, oh, is he following them? Does he have an issue with the family? In the end, however, we were able to contact him, we were able to verify his whereabouts, and it excluded him from the list of suspects.
And then there was Michael McFadden. He's a man who was married to Joseph's ex-wife and was the stepdad to his oldest son. Now, years before, he pleaded guilty to an assault on an ex-girlfriend, during which police reported that she had claimed that he'd said, "He was going to kill me."
There were some issues between Michael McFadden and the McStays, just over some stuff to do with the children.
He was frustrated that he was being looked at as a suspect. However, he was very open with us and provided the records to say, hey, I wasn't in the area.
So while those people are cleared, the investigators are also looking at McStay's business associates, looking for anything unusual there.
We looked at Joseph's business, Earth-Inspired Products.
Dan Kavanaugh was the company webmaster, and he was critical for driving internet business to the website. But over the past year, his once close relationship with Joseph, it had soured, because he believed that Joseph McStay and Chase Merritt were cutting him out of money.
Because he was doing other deals with this new guy, I had no idea.
Chase Merritt?
Yeah.
What did you tell Joseph?
I was like, what's up, bro? Like, what are you doing? Like, you owe money now, dude.
So these are the text messages between Joseph and Dan Kavanaugh.
Yes.
This is pretty testy.
Yeah, absolutely. As you read the messages, you see that he's threatening to remove the site, and that's Joseph's livelihood.
Kavanaugh says it'll be about 30 days from today that your site is gone from the search engines. You treat me like a kid, like I'm dumb. Joseph responds, I, Summer, and the kids know the real you and what you would potentially do to harm me and my family.
That was his answer.
What does that mean to you?
That just sounded like a fake answer to me. And I didn't make any threats. All I'm saying is that I can stop the marketing to the site.
That does sound like a threat.
Yeah, but that's all I could do at that point.
And so
to make him take it seriously.
Despite the animosity, McStay had been paying Kavanaugh, and Kavanaugh says their business relationship was still being resolved when Joseph and his family went missing. Kavanaugh says that after Joseph disappeared, he had to take charge of operations.
You can't just not pay all the bills. The business goes under.
Remember, Kavanaugh acknowledged to the police that he made several withdrawals of thousands of dollars from the company account. And while the family at first did have some questions about what was happening, Kavanaugh says ultimately he satisfied their concerns.
Well, yeah, because there'd be no company anymore if I don't pay the costs associated, right? So then there's nothing.
It made sense to me that they probably used Dan to keep the business going.
But Gina Watson says what didn't quite make sense is what happened after. But over a year later, Dan Kavanaugh sold the business.
Everybody was really upset about that because they didn't feel he had a right to.
Did you give part of the proceeds to the surviving McStay family?
No, they didn't create the business with us.
These are questions that we had as we're investigating it, because this is a problem, right? Is it a business deal gone bad, or is it something more than that?
But it wasn't like a huge blow up, like you didn't talk to him anymore or anything like that. I mean, you guys still talk.
Yeah.
You still talked every day.
But when we interviewed Dan, Dan said that things were all good with them.
I know that I sold a company, and I don't see any laws broken. I own half that company, and I have the legal right to sell that company if I want.
He felt that Joseph owed him this money. He felt that he was entitled to it, which is why he took it.
Not only that, but Kavanaugh is able to provide investigators with an alibi.
And he is also able to tell us where he was when the family went missing and provide photographs of where he was, which was in Hawaii.
I had taken my girlfriend with me at the time, and we were out there just surfing and hanging out.
Investigators are convinced that alibi clears Dan Kavanaugh as a suspect. But while investigators are talking with Kavanaugh, he's got a suggestion for them of someone who already is on their radar. The other main person in the business, Chase Merritt.
Chase owed him like 30 G's on these books around the time he disappeared. Okay. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, very. Absolutely.
And then he's probably going to get kicked off the whole deal and then lose maybe hundreds of thousands in the future over many years. So that's a lot of motive to me.
Are there still other secrets for investigators to uncover in this case? And what is it you see in this murky video from a security camera across the street from the McStay's home? Could it be the murderer caught on tape?
So at this point, you have 4 bodies. You now know it's the McStay family.
Everything shifts. We have a quadruple murder investigation.
Unfathomable. Just a family of 4, completely murdered. It's like,
So you now know what happened to them. You just don't know who did it to them.
There were some people that we needed to look into, Chase Merritt and Dan Kavanaugh.
They're missing a motive. Joseph and Chase literally adored each other.
They twisted the truth into something that fit their narrative.
You're writing checks to yourself in your boss's name the day he disappears off the face of the earth?
It's a coincidence that they disappeared that day.
The defense team tells that jury the killer has to be somebody else.
They pointed the finger right at you.
Yeah.
Like, I have a full detailed confession from him.
Did you ever confess anything to her?
No. That's a joke.
it was just like, oh boy, what are they gonna pull out of their back pocket?
Now, jurors prepare to hear some mind-blowing evidence.
Did you murder that family?
Cadillac bike. What's up, Jay? First bike ride ever. Jay, come here.
Who's ever heard of an entire family going missing?
We begin with a California murder mystery. The family of 4 vanished from their Fallbrook home.
The whole family. Husband, wife, and 2 children. Poof, disappeared.
It's a years-long mystery, but there is a break in the case. It was out here in the Mojave Desert in California where this dirt biker going off-road makes that grim discovery, a human skull.
And then the story blew up.
We begin with breaking news on a mystery.
Detectives ultimately find the remains of the McStay family, and they're buried in 2 shallow graves here in the Mojave, about 100 miles away from their home.
It's believed that the murder weapon was a sledgehammer because one was found in the gravesite.
This is pretty much the same kind of hammer.
Yeah, it's really very uncommon for us to even find a murder weapon in most cases.
And so many big questions follow, but the biggest one of them all, who killed that family?
We're gonna find this individual, or individuals. I know that the sheriffs, the FBI, everybody wants to bring this to justice.
My name is Randy Knockin.
San Bernardino detectives are now on the hunt for a killer. And they're looking over old case files from former detectives trying to get clues.
Investigators focus in on the 2 men who worked closely with Joseph McStay on the online water fountain business, including his business partner, Dan Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh had been involved in this ugly dispute with McStay, saying that McStay cut him out of some of the profits from the business. Dan Kavanaugh had sent angry messages to McStay, who responded, "We know what you would potentially do to harm me and my family."
This is a very contentious conversation. We need to look into this.
Despite that apparent bad blood between the 2, they remained in business together, and McStay was paying Kavanaugh his share of those profits. And investigators determined that Kavanaugh had an alibi. He was in Hawaii at the time of the family's disappearance.
Maybe by the grace of God, I had decided to take a surf trip out there.
So investigators clear Kavanaugh and turn their attention to the other man who worked closely with Joseph in the water fountain business.
Chase Merritt, he gets involved with Joseph building these custom waterfalls, which were much bigger projects, the kind of fountains you see at restaurants and hotels that have to be custom built.
Hi, welcome to your how-to video of installing your new water feature.
This is Chase Merritt in a video on YouTube promoting the water fountain business.
It's about to go on when I'm plugging it in.
Chase Merritt says he met Joseph at this Chick-fil-A before Joseph disappeared to discuss the business. Merritt even goes on TV to talk about that day.
In your gut, what do you think happened?
I have absolutely no clue.
The only real big interest we had in that was the parting shot he took.
You were the last person he saw.
I'm definitely the last person he saw.
He doubles down and says, I was absolutely the last person to see him alive.
It's definitely something that caught our interest.
Now that this is a homicide investigation, San Bernardino detectives can also request warrants, and so they're able to dig into the business's finances. They say there's evidence that Merritt was deeply in debt to Joseph McStay, pointing to this email that Merritt had provided to the San Diego detectives.
Investigators say it's essentially reminding Chase that he owes Joseph a shocking amount of money, $42,000. And this email was sent 3 days before the McStays disappeared.
The interesting thing is in an audit of Merritt's financials, he didn't have that $42,000.
We found that he was just horrible with his personal finances. He had a gambling issue where he would go to casinos and spend a lot of money.
Chase was terrible with money. We had a couple of boats for a while. We had jet skis. Like, we had things we didn't need.
Early on, investigators discovered Chase Merritt had a bit of a rap sheet. Turns out between 1977 and 2001, he had several arrests for burglary and petty theft.
Chase has never been violent with me. I've never seen him be violent. He's not psychotic in the sense that I feel like you could take somebody's life for, well, money.
As detectives continue to review evidence from the original investigation, they say they make a major breakthrough when they take another look at the family's Isuzu Trooper.
San Diego Sheriff's Department processed it for evidence. They collected the DNA swabs, like, okay, we have it, where is it gonna take us?
It turns out that trace DNA found on the steering wheel and the gear shift belonged to Chase Merritt.
Chase Merritt told the initial investigators with San Diego that he never drove the family's Trooper.
Have you ever driven the white vehicle?
But nearly a year after the bodies are found,
Grab some of my other notes real quick.
San Bernardino detectives bring Merritt in for questioning, and they press him, and he changes his story. Now he says, yeah, he once drove the Trooper when he and Joseph went to play paintball before Joseph disappeared.
Detective Fisk asked you if you'd ever drove the Trooper, and you said no, you did.
Actually, that isn't what I said, because I remember the conversation. The last time I had driven the Trooper was when we went paintballing, but it was 150 feet.
The fact that his DNA is now recovered off of an area where the driver would have touched, that's a red flag for us.
We believe he drove that down to the San Ysidro border.
For detectives, signs are pointing to Chase Merritt. But later, a woman comes forward.
Well, I think you guys have the wrong man.
Well, what she tells investigators convinced them they've got the wrong man.
Like, I have a full detailed confession from him.
It's gonna get a little bumpy, okay? After the McStay family was found brutally murdered out here in the desert, the cops began zeroing in on Chase Merritt. And it turned out that he was very familiar with the Mojave Desert. He grew up around here.
Chase grew up in Hesperia, California. It was, pretty much the middle of nowhere. I actually met Chase at a country western bar. He can be off-putting, but he can also be charming. We share 3 children together. At least half of his family still live in the desert.
The area where Chase Merritt grew up would prove pivotal to the investigation. That's because detectives find that 2 days after the McStays disappear, Merritt's cell phone pinged off of that cell phone tower, which happens to overlook where the bodies were buried. And this is near where he used to live.
He's showing in the area where the graves are. That's a huge deal.
His phone comes on and it hits off the tower here in Victorville. We later find the graves, and we find the victims.
Quite a coincidence.
Pretty significant coincidence in our investigation.
He also has family in the area, so is there a reason that he was here? Or is he here because he's burying bodies?
So now, detectives ask Chase Merritt pointed questions about why his phone is pinging off those towers overlooking the graves.
Where'd you go February 6th?
I don't remember.
Why would your phone show you at the gravesite on February 6th?
Not possible. I wasn't there.
Why would your phone records show you there?
Couldn't have.
Oh, they do?
He couldn't have.
Chase Merritt repeatedly denies being near the gravesite.
It shows you out there, Chase. That's why I'm asking. I'm trying to help us figure this all out.
It's impossible.
Were the records wrong?
No, he pinged off those towers.
Did you plan to go down and kill these folks?
Of course not. Of course not. There's no reason for me to hurt them.
What were you doing in the desert then? If that's not you at the gravesite, what were you doing in the desert?
If I was in the desert, there was 2 places I would have been. either my older sisters and or grand, or my brothers.
Chase Merritt talks with detectives for nearly 7 hours, continuing to deny that he was ever near the grave site. And despite the evidence against him, he's ultimately allowed to leave, free to go. So why did you let him walk out of that interrogation room?
Well, at that point, there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Could Merritt have been out there visiting his family in the desert? Investigators interview his sister, Juanita Merritt, to try to find out.
And Chase Merritt's sister, Juanita, lives basically on the other side of that mountain?
Yeah, she lives on the other side of the mountain out in a small little town area called Oro Grande. So during the interview, she did not provide him any alibi.
Chase, at that time, when he was with Joe, never came up here.
That's what I was going to ask. Can you remember it all?
He didn't even hardly visit. I can remember one time he visited.
About how long before?
In 5 years, I hadn't seen him.
And she was adamant that he wasn't out here at that time. His brother lived out in Hesperia, but didn't have any indication that he would have been up here visiting.
There was no explanation as to, why he was there.
At what point did you decide to move in and make the arrest?
We believed we had enough to prove that he was the only person who had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to commit this crime. We presented it to the district attorney's office. They agreed. Then we went and got the warrant to go arrest him.
Chase felt like the police were eyeing him as a suspect. When he got arrested, it was kind of expected.
He didn't resist. We walked him into sheriff's headquarters and placed him in a holding cell.
The suspect is 57-year-old Charles Merritt.
I was in front of the courthouse for the arraignment. Chase Merritt is charged with 4 counts of murder.
I don't need to tell you that this is a cold and callous murder of an entire family.
We also heard from members of the McStay family, and after 3 years, the emotion is just pouring out.
I said I wasn't going to cry, but you have no idea what this means.
Merritt pleads not guilty to all 4 counts of murder, but it'll be more than 4 years before he has his day in court.
The case finally getting to trial 9 years after the McStay family disappeared.
Now, jurors prepare to hear some mind-blowing evidence.
Investigators also obtained a surveillance video.
But will this evidence help them win their case?
Why do you think this video is important? What do you think it shows?
Or will it sink it?
It's been nearly 9 years since the McStays disappeared, and now a reckoning. Chase Merritt is about to stand trial at this courthouse in San Bernardino in a case that has captivated the country and become a national mystery.
When the trial starts, all of us in the media are finally saying, now we're going to get some answers.
The family was brutally murdered. Today, opening statements start in San Bernardino from Merritt.
How does this family of 4 disappear off the face of the earth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case will show you not only the how, but the why, and especially the who. And the who is sitting here in court today, Charles Merritt.
The prosecutor's theory of the case is that they believe Chase Merritt was being fired by Joseph McStay during what Merritt says was their final meeting together. Take me back to February 4th. Chase Merritt, Joseph McStay meet at a Chick-fil-A not far from where we are right now.
Allegedly, yes. We developed the theory that if there was a meeting at all, it was a very quick firing. The cell phone records show that Joseph went back home. It's later that Merritt's phone goes off the network for about 4.5 hours, and it's in the middle there where we believe Joseph and his family disappeared.
Disappeared or were murdered?
Murdered.
Chase Merritt's defense attorney says the claim that the murders happened inside the house, that's ludicrous.
The method of death, according to the prosecution, was by sledgehammer. Blood would be strewn everywhere. There was not one speck of blood found in the entire house.
Is there actually any evidence that they were murdered in that home?
No, unfortunately, there's no forensic evidence.
Like zero forensic evidence.
Zero forensic evidence, and we never contended that we could prove that.
Chase Merritt's attorney denies there was any animosity between Merritt and Joseph McStay.
What motive would Chase have to kill Joseph? Joseph and Chase literally adored each other. They had gotten contracts worth millions of dollars. These two were going to the moon, and neither one of them could have done it without the other.
Prosecutors, on the other hand, say there is a motive.
The why boils down to greed and greed's child, fraud.
Authorities allege that Merritt had a gambling problem and that he lost money. So they say he wrote checks from the water fountain business to himself and then tried to cover his tracks.
So these checks were on Joseph's business software. They were backdated to February 4th, and then they were deleted from the system. And that's important because we realized that nobody knew the family was missing yet. So why would someone delete it, backdating it to the 4th?
The defense maintains that Merritt had permission to write the checks, and they refute the claim that he had a gambling problem.
He wrote checks to himself to buy materials. That was a common practice. Checks were backdated routinely.
Moline also says that there's an innocent explanation for that email that allegedly showed that Merritt was tens of thousands of dollars in debt to Joseph McStay.
This was a running ledger. 1 month up, 1 month down. 1 month up, 1 month down. It was not a debt.
But you have to remember, they have some direct evidence as well. Chase Merritt's DNA is in that Isuzu Trooper.
We get DNA results that place him in the driver's side of that vehicle.
Prosecutors say it shows that Merritt was the one who drove the family's vehicle to the Mexico border.
The defense has an answer for this, that it could have been transfer DNA.
When I shake your hand and I go to touch a steering wheel, my DNA is going to be on the steering wheel.
And during the cross-examination of the state's own DNA expert, he doesn't rule out that possibility.
Would it be reasonable for you to conclude that this could be secondary transfer DNA in the vehicle?
It is a possible explanation for that observation.
Is it a reasonable one?
I believe it is reasonable, yes, sir.
San Diego investigators also obtained a surveillance video from the neighbor across the street.
In a key moment for the prosecution, they play this surveillance video for the jury that shows a vehicle leaving the McStay's house the evening they went missing.
As you start to analyze the video and you take a closer look at it, you can see with the naked eye that there's a low-hanging tailpipe. Well, the trooper did not have an exhaust pipe on the passenger side. The exhaust pipe was on the driver's side.
Prosecutors contend the video that actually shows Chase Merritt's truck, and they argue that it places him at the scene of the crime. How do you actually know that's Merritt's vehicle?
It had characteristics consistent with being Merritt's truck, including the shadows that are cast by the brake lights, the height, width, and placement of the headlights.
But the centerpiece of the prosecution's case is when an FBI cell phone expert testifies that Merritt's phone was pinging in the area of the desert where the McStays were buried.
The cell phone can give you, from an historical perspective, it can give you a general location of where somebody has been.
I heard their expert testify that I can't place Chase's phone near the gravesite. He's in the general area, the best he could do. That doesn't sound like certainty to me.
Our expert never claimed to have been able to what's called geolocate the user of a device based on the technology and data that was available from 2010 records. All we know is that his phone pinged on the 6th on a tower that overlooked the gravesite.
Remember, Merritt says he could have been at his sister Juanita's house when his phone pinged in the desert.
But she originally told detectives that she hadn't seen him in 5 years.
Didn't even hardly visit.
So, I mean,
in 5 years, I hadn't seen him.
And when they call Juanita Merritt in to testify, prosecutors are in for an unpleasant surprise.
How often do you think that you would see your brother around that time frame?
I saw him quite often.
Do you remember telling the detective that you hadn't seen him probably for about 5 years?
No.
Juanita changes her story on the stand.
She claimed that he had been up there, but her memory was really fuzzy because she had had surgery and was heavily medicated.
Was that harmful to the case?
We had her prior statement.
The interview that Juanita and I had was all recorded, and that was able to kind of disprove her assertion.
After nearly 9 weeks, the state rests, and the prosecution leaves the jury with one parting shot. That clip of Chase Merritt's TV interview.
I'm definitely the last person you saw.
We ended with that because it is the most poignant statement to emphasize to the jury. Even he believes he was the last person to see him alive.
Now it's the defense's turn.
Let's do it.
And they try to flip the case on its head by saying not only did the cops have the wrong guy, they point the finger at the person they allege is the real culprit.
It was just like, oh boy, what are they gonna pull out of their back pocket?
Two months into the murder trial of Charles Chase Merritt, the defense now gets to present its case to the jury.
When we see the McStay family, we see, victims. We do. And we want justice for them as well.
As the defense begins, it has one clear message for the jury. The prosecution has got the wrong man.
And that's what this whole investigation is. We want Chase Merritt. So let's just do gymnastics with logic and figure out how do we build a case against him.
Did you ever believe that Chase Merritt was guilty?
Not for a second.
Not for a second?
Not for a second.
You never had a moment of doubt?
Never. I don't know who did it, but certainly the evidence points to other people other than Chase.
That evidence that the defense has is actually DNA recovered from the burial site.
In our investigation, we were able to get 3 DNA profiles from the material that tied up Joseph and from the bra of Summer McStay.
The defense was making the argument that the DNA evidence that they had collected from the gravesite did not match Chase Merritt, that in fact it matched someone else.
Apparently, Chase killed this family, buried them, and put someone else's DNA on everything, and not his own.
There was no DNA of other individuals found at those gravesites.
So whose DNA was found at the gravesite?
Nobody's. It's just a total misrepresentation of what the science is.
Prosecutors claim there wasn't enough DNA for a full, scientifically valid profile that would either allow testing that would exclude Chase Merritt or lead to anyone else. But the defense disagrees. They claim the authorities just didn't look at other suspects seriously enough.
They failed to look at Dan Kavanaugh.
And in particular, the other person in business with Joseph McStay.
I mean, he had nothing else to defend the guy with. There was a pile of evidence that he did it. So then the defense is like, well, this other guy did it, though.
But the defense claims there is plenty of evidence against Dan Kavanaugh, starting with a shocking new allegation raised by a woman named Tracy Riccobene, who, accompanied by her dog, came forward to authorities. So who is Tracy Riccobene?
That was just a friend that I met from another friend, literally a platonic friend.
Prosecutors say that Riccobene had contacted them after the trial was already underway, claiming that Kavanaugh had confessed to her about the murders.
When did that full confession come out?
Maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
But investigators say what sounded like it could have been significant.
Like, I have a full detailed confession from him. If you want to know exactly how he did it.
Turned out not to be.
None of the things she said caused Kavanaugh's alibi to come into question. We knew Kavanaugh was in Hawaii.
Did you ever confess anything to her?
No, that's a joke.
But the defense is still willing to go for a Hail Mary in court.
And then lo and behold, October of 2018, Tracy Riccobene gives a statement. And what she says is Dan Kavanaugh confessed to her that he killed the McStay family.
Even though the defense tells the jury about Tracy Riccobene, They ultimately decide not to introduce her police interview tape into evidence or even to call her to testify. Now, the judge also strictly limits what allegations the defense can raise against Dan Kavanaugh, who is neither accused nor on trial.
Remember those threatening messages that Dan Kavanaugh sent to Joseph McStay? Not allowed. But the jury can hear about the financial transactions that Kavanaugh made after the family went missing.
Dan Kavanaugh, despite having a relationship with Joseph for many years, had never gone into his account and taken money himself.
The defense wants the jury to believe this is evidence of financial motive for Kavanaugh to kill McStay.
Do you know what the total amount that Dan Kavanaugh took in?
In total, the income was $206,000.
That money includes the almost $7,000 Kavanaugh transferred out of the company's PayPal account that he said he needed to keep the business going, as well as his proceeds from selling the company a year and a half after Joseph went missing.
And that money went into Kavanaugh's account.
That's correct.
The only way he would do that is he knew Joseph wasn't coming back. He sold Earth-inspired products. He sold it and got the money.
There is no evidence, no credible, reliable, corroborated evidence to justify pointing the finger at Dan Kavanaugh.
The prosecution dismisses the defense's financial arguments and, in fact, its entire effort to blame Dan Kavanaugh because he had that alibi.
The problem with attempting to say that Dan Kavanaugh was the killer was that we had very concrete proof that Dan Kavanaugh was nowhere near San Diego at the time of the disappearance. Dan Kavanaugh was actually in Hawaii when they disappeared.
But at trial, the defense challenges Kavanaugh's alibi. They claim there's no definitive proof of a trip.
The best they were able to do is present a plane ticket that he purchased. Doesn't mean he flew. It means he purchased. Show me that he got on a plane. Where?
They got a verbal confirmation that that ticket was used.
To further counter the defense's claim, prosecutors call a rebuttal witness, Kavanaugh's girlfriend at that time, Lauren Knowles.
At any point during that relationship, did you and Mr. Kavanaugh travel? What?
Yes.
You recall when you returned?
February, middle of February.
His girlfriend was with him and posting pictures of all of them from Hawaii on her Facebook page.
But the defense offers something else for the jury to consider. They claim Chase Merritt has an alibi of his own.
According to the prosecution, the family was dead before 8 p.m. How could he call Chase at 8:28 p.m.? Doesn't make sense.
So far, the defense has tried to show someone else could have conceivably killed the McStay family. But now they try to show Chase Merritt could absolutely not have done it.
At some point, did Chase come home?
Yes.
By arguing, as Chase Merritt's former girlfriend, Kathy Jarvis, testifies, that he was at home the night of the murder.
Now, was there a phone call that Chase received in the evening hours?
Yes.
And do you know who the call was from?
Yes.
Who?
Joseph.
This is an absolutely critical moment in the trial because Jarvis is testifying that Chase got a phone call from Joseph McStay just as prosecutors say Joseph McStay is being murdered.
According to the prosecution, the family was dead before 8 p.m. How could he call Chase at 8:28 p.m.? Doesn't make sense.
It became a very emotional recollection. What if you were the one he was reaching out to save him and you didn't answer the phone, you know?
But prosecutors don't buy it. They maintain Chase Merritt called himself using Joseph McStay's phone.
The nefarious explanation is he attempted to create an alibi by doing that.
They're making it seem like because I love him so much, I'm gonna lie for him. I told the truth, and They twisted the truth into something that fit their narrative.
The defense continuously attacks the prosecution, and in perhaps the most contentious moment of the case, they accuse prosecutor Britt Imes of withholding evidence they allege he knew could help clear Merritt.
Let's call Dr. Leonard Rudin.
It had to do with this witness, Dr. Leonard Rudin, and he's one of the world's leading forensic video experts, called by the defense to testify about that critical piece of evidence, the home surveillance footage of that truck.
I'm not sure whose witness I am at this point, but at some point I was a prosecution witness.
Now, remember, prosecutors contend that was Chase Merritt's truck, and originally they were going to call Dr. Rudin to support that, until he changed his mind.
They're cherry-picking their evidence.
So now, outside the presence of the jury, the defense tries to convince the judge the prosecution did not turn over Dr. Rudin's key findings.
We are requesting for all parties.
I relayed the general understanding of what I had. The defense had it. They communicated with the witness. It really was, we want our case dismissed, is what they wanted.
But after the whole thing is over, the judge makes his ruling and he sides with the prosecution.
There was no suppression of evidence and no prejudice.
So it baffled my mind that they would stoop to that level to accuse me of misconduct.
But the jury, they're unaware of all of this. And Dr. Rudin is now testifying, but for the defense. And what he says is one of the biggest moments for the defense. He can't conclude that the truck in the video matches Chase Merritt's truck.
Based on the data I have and all the methods that I have available to me now, I render a rejection.
We clearly were able to show Chase's truck was excluded.
So it's on to closing arguments.
A dramatic open to closing arguments in the murder trial of Charles Merritt.
It was blow after blow after blow to a child's skull, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
Where the prosecution insists there's no question Merritt's guilty. But the defense says there is so much reasonable doubt, the jury must acquit.
So when you return a verdict of not guilty, you sleep at night going, yeah, they got the wrong guy.
When that jury went out, it's still nerve-wracking. As seasoned prosecutors, you still get worried.
Those deliberations drag on day after day.
The longer you're in deliberations, the longer it is to think about the family, especially the 2 little kids. That can't be good.
And then, after 6 long days, jurors finally agree.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Charles Ray Merritt, guilty of the offense of murder in the 1st degree.
Merritt hung his head as he was found guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder. There were audible gasps of no and thank God heard in the gallery.
But that verdict isn't the end of Chase Merritt's story. When I talk to him, he tells me there's more the jury didn't hear.
Lots of drama unfolding in the sentencing phase for a man who used a sledgehammer to kill a Fallbrook family.
Charles Merritt is facing the death penalty or life in prison.
So the day has come. It's time for sentencing. But the defense has one last-ditch effort up their sleeve. They file a motion for a new trial.
Merritt's attorney, Raj Moline, comes forward with a bombshell claim. Critical testimony that he says could have helped prove that Chase Merritt's innocence was not presented at trial.
Well, we believe that Mr. Merritt should have a new trial, Your Honor, especially considering cell tower evidence. That would have had a tremendous impact on what the outcome would have been in this case.
The cell tower evidence was really important to the prosecution's case, but Moline tells the court that the defense failed to call a key witness, an expert in cell tower analysis.
And so that was evidence that should have been included in the
According to Moline, that expert would have testified that the prosecution's analysis of the phone records was seriously flawed, and he would have shown that Merritt was never at the gravesite.
Merritt was livid that he was never called to testify. He wanted the jury to hear that, and they didn't get to.
Ultimately, it's a big loss for the defense. The judge shoots down the request for a new trial.
And then comes the sentencing, where members of the McStay family give victim impact statements.
You deserve to pay for what you did to Joey, Summer, Gianni, and Chubba. You deserve to suffer like my family and Summer's family has suffered.
Chase Merritt decides he has some words.
I love Joseph. He was a big part of my life. I would never have hurt him in any way. I would never raise my hand to a woman or child. I did not do this thing.
The moment of truth is finally here as the judge imposes his sentence.
It is therefore the judgment and sentence of this court that the defendant, Charles Merritt, be sentenced to death.
I personally am happy with the verdict. I think it was correct and fair. He got a fair trial, and the jury spoke.
I think I felt really angry when they sentenced him to death. This is such a travesty. It doesn't make sense.
Today, Chase Merritt is behind bars at the Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego. He is 68 years old. Chase.
Hey.
Hi. Merritt tells us he's currently preparing what's known as a habeas petition to try to prove his innocence. In a video call from prison, he detailed the main points he says he plans to raise in his petition.
Phone tower evidence, most definitely, is one of the biggest things. Prosecutorial misconduct, abuse of discretion, judicial error, ineffective assistance of counsel.
How important do you think was it that the defense decided not to put on your cell phone tower witness on the stand?
I would almost certainly have been exonerated had he been on the stand. That's how important it was.
Do you think that you got inadequate counsel?
Most absolutely. Their ineffectiveness cannot be understated. If I were on that jury, I would have voted guilty.
Did you murder that family?
Didn't murder that family. I am innocent. And I will be out one day.
And as for Dan Kavanaugh, he says the allegations leveled at him by the defense during Merritt's trial ruined his life, with people continuing to accuse him of being involved in the murders, even though authorities had fully cleared him.
It's just too much stress, and they're dragging your name through the dirt, mucking up your name. So that sucks.
Kavanaugh says he retreated to the place he'd been when the McStays were killed, Hawaii. He says as part of the healing process, he started a new wellness venture.
This opportunity is like a second lease on life. It's like a second chance at business.
Despite the acrimony that developed between him and Joseph McStay, today Kavanaugh says he remembers the way it was when they were surf buddies.
I mean, I wish he was still around today, and I wish he was able to go surf with me, chill, play guitar, hang out.
I think Joey will be remembered just as that mellow guy. He's got his kids, he's got the beach, he's got a nice business. He was right where he needed to be.
Out there in the Mojave Desert, a memorial still marks the place where the McStays were found. And it's a reminder of all that has been lost, but their memories live on with the people who love them.
I am grateful to know that we did find Summer and Joseph and the boys' bodies, and they did go as a family.
Taking a cruise on the beach.
And when I picture them, I picture them at the beach playing in the sand.
I'm having so much fun.
Joey surfing, the sun is out. You know, they have their bicycles. That's what I think of when I remember them.
We should point out the remains of the McStay family were buried in Orange County, California, 8 months after they were found.
And although Chase Merritt was sentenced to death, there's currently no date scheduled for his execution. California has temporarily suspended the death penalty. That's our program for tonight. Thanks for watching. I'm Deborah Roberts.
And I'm David Muir. From all of us here at 2020 and ABC News, good night.
Strongest mom I know, who fights for their kid like this.
It was like, maybe she'll call, maybe she's out there, you know?
A pregnant woman who vanished. Kelsey was 8 weeks pregnant, last seen in Pueblo, visiting her boyfriend.
Friends and family would get text replies back, but they said that it just didn't quite sound like Kelsey.
I did have a sinking feeling in my stomach.
This unknown man is seen walking to Kelsey Schelling's car and is seen driving away with the car.
We're trying everything. Breaks my heart.
Almost 2 years after Kelsey's disappearance, a mysterious message giving everyone hope comes through that Help Find Kelsey Facebook page.
It was saying, if I have information about Kelsey, can I remain anonymous?
When Laura responds, a man emails her saying, "Ma'am, please, your daughter is not." Kelsey Schelling grew up in the tiny farm town of Holyoke, Colorado.
Holyoke is around 2.5 to 3 hours away from Denver.
It's quiet, it's kind of have your own way.
Perfect place to raise a family.
Yeah, real good place, yeah. Safe. You're hoping anyway, you know.
Holyoke is definitely agricultural. There's only one stoplight, and if you want to go to a Walmart, you've got to head west to Sterling. That's 50 miles away.
In the early 90s, Kelsey's parents, Doug and Laura, owned the local grocery store in Holyoke. Kelsey and her brother Colby seemed to be living out the American dream. I first met Laura Saxton back in 2016 when 2020 was first looking into Kelsey's story.
You know, she's just always been a little firecracker. Hi, Kel. Hi, Cocoa Bean.
Kelsey. Kel.
She wasn't a kid that wanted to stay up till midnight, you know, where you usually have to fight your kids to go to bed, like at 8:30. That's when she wanted to go to bed. She'd go into her room and pull back her covers, and each animal had to be in a certain place, and everything had to be just perfect.
When she got to be 2, 3, 4 years old, she was feisty. You'd try to give her a kiss, and she'd slap me pretty good, so I kind of learned my lesson, you know.
My first impression of Kelsey, she was just an active, outdoors, fun-loving girl, liked to do a lot of sports. When my daughter and Kelsey first met up, their true love was playing basketball together.
I was her coach, yeah. Here she is right here.
Wow. Is she the point guard?
Mm-hmm.
When we were still in elementary school, her dad took us out and let us drive on the dirt roads, which is pretty common around here. Kelsey could just laugh about things like that, and her laugh made us laugh. She'd start to giggle, then you would start to giggle, and so that's what made being around Kelsey so special.
Kelsey was a tiny little thing, you know, shorter than me.
The Kelsey that I knew didn't take a lot of crap off her classmates. You know, she wasn't afraid to stand her ground.
But as Kelsey enters her teens, the Schelling family is rocked when Doug and Laura decide to divorce.
Going through a divorce is really hard as a kid.
Yeah, the split of our parents certainly had an impact on both of us.
Colby.
Colby lived with me and Kelsey lived with her mom. It was a real dark time for the whole family.
It was a rough age. You know, after her dad and I got divorced, it was just she and I together alone for a lot of years.
She was in a bad emotional place, and I don't think that was due to her character and nature. I think that was circumstantial.
When Laura and I was going through a divorce, she was on antidepressant pills. And she ended up taking like 3 of them or something.
She ended up in the hospital for several days, and it was pretty scary. I mean, I thought we were going to lose her at that point.
She was in a coma?
She was.
I felt like it was a turning point. I mean, when any young school-age kid has parents who are splitting up, that's a lot to take on. She actually stopped doing all of the sports and activities. It seemed like she was more removed.
I think Kelsey was just she was looking for a change. She wanted to figure out what was her niche.
Kelsey was always, I think, working through, how do I be better? How do I grow? How do I move past this?
Our senior year, she was the prom queen. You don't get that without showing people kindness and respect and truly being embraced by your peers, you know.
Kelsey taught me, she taught me perseverance.
Eventually, she moves on. She goes to Northeastern Junior College. What did she want to do with her life?
She wanted to get a degree in psychology. I think in her heart, she wanted to work with children.
We officially became roommates January 2011. If all of us were bored at 3 o'clock in the morning, she'd be the one to say, let's go cause problems, I guess. Not bad problems, she was just, out for a good time. She loved to have fun. That was her favorite thing to do.
And for a while, carefree Kelsey is back. And then she meets Dante Lucas. He's about to change her life forever.
It was a big deal that she was dating Dante. He was part of the basketball team. They were kind of the popular kids and everything. By the time Kelsey got to know him, she felt proud that she knew who he was because he was somebody to know.
He had dreams of making it big in the NBA.
Kelsey thought she met the man of her dreams.
Marker. Please say your full name and give us your title.
Lisa Wayne, attorney at law. Well, I had the privilege of being down in Pueblo in the 80s, and I was a public defender. Pueblo's a small town in southern Colorado. Used to be a steel mill town. The steel mill shut down in the 80s.
Pueblo was founded and built by people that came from all over the world.
We're the home of the Pueblo chili. Everyone that lives there is so proud of this town.
Kelsey's love interest, Dante Lucas, lives in Pueblo. Sarah Lucas, Dante's mother, is raising all 4 kids on her own in this Colorado town, set on what's called the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains. In the town of Pueblo, a 6'7" star athlete stands out.
I coached Dante Lucas in youth football. He was a coach's dream.
was a real polite kid, wanted to learn the game of football and just really quiet. Dante Lucas was super close with his mother, Sarah. On the football field, she was one of the most supportive parents. For Dante, football wasn't his sport. I'd say he's a better basketball player, which happened later in his career through high school here in Pueblo.
Dante Lucas was a very well-known basketball player. He was going to be the one who made it out of Pueblo.
He had dreams of making it big in the NBA.
It was obvious that he wanted to pursue it, but the family spoke more about it than he did. We were told by Dante's mom, Sarah, that he was getting contacted from North Carolina and Kentucky. Their dream was that he was going to make the NBA and make a good life for himself.
When I first met Dante, he was a freshman here at Central High School. He was 6'7". If you have that kind of size, you know, you can make a lot of things happen.
It just amazed me as a guy in class that was so quiet was just as popular as he was.
He was a really good role model for the young kids in the neighborhood.
His attitude was always good. He was good with his teammates. He just matured into a very good basketball player.
His overall drive as a student from day one, it wasn't up to snuff. As a teacher, I'd try to get him involved with the rest of the class. I talked to him about that several times.
Whether it was his grades or his skill, Dante didn't get into an NCAA school, but he wanted to continue to play basketball. Dante gets recruited to Northeastern Junior College in Sterling, Colorado. He's playing basketball when he meets Kelsey Schelling, and they begin dating.
Kelsey and another one of our roommates actually went to a basketball game and were scouting out the cute boys on the team, saw Dante and decided to go up and talk, and that's how she and Dante met. By the time Kelsey got to know him and really got kind of involved, she felt proud that she knew who he was because he was somebody to know. They spent a lot of their extra free time together.
When did you first meet him?
I never met him. I saw him play basketball a couple times.
Kelsey never really said anything about bringing him home to meet the parents.
He was not committed to her by any means.
Kelsey could have had anybody, but she kind of always took attraction to people that needed help, that she thought she could turn around.
I believe that if Dante was, failing or had bad grades, that his basketball career at the school would be definitely on pause. I don't honestly think that Dante really cared to learn. Kelsey would try to help him. He would just seem very disinterested and not really care.
I think she just hoped if she was good enough to him that, he would realize that, she's the one.
I think Kelsey stayed with Dante because she found someone that gave her attention even if it wasn't the right kind of attention. And I think Dante was with Kelsey because he got money from Kelsey, borrowed Kelsey's car, basically lived a life that everyone works for but didn't have to do anything for it. Just had to be there.
There were good days in the relationship with Dante, and then it just went south. He would play with her heart. I could definitely see some bubbliness fading out as he broke her spirit.
Kelsey texts Dante, "I'm really hurt. The way you talk about me to other people is your true feelings. I guess I'm just a fool. I'm so heartbroken." Days later, Dante would respond, "My phone's been dead the past few days."
And then afterwards she'd be like, oh, well, he's better, he's gonna be better. And then she'd be happy.
Dante left Northeastern Junior College because he was kind of done with his studies.
After Kelsey leaves Northeastern Junior College, she lands in California, but she doesn't stay there long. Why did she decide to leave?
Mostly it was financial reasons.
Where did she go from there?
That's when she moved back to Colorado. Was living in Denver in her dad's apartment, and she had started working at Floor & Decor.
When did she start going out with Dante again?
Over the holiday time frame, November, December, he would stay with her, but then he'd go back to Pueblo sometime.
Were you worried that he would come back and what that would do to her?
Absolutely. I saw what it was like before, and I didn't want that to happen to her again. She didn't want that to happen to her again, because she knew the kind of person that she became when she was with him.
How in the world did they get back together?
I don't know. She missed him, I guess.
Kelsey has a surprise for her family. She's pregnant.
She called me when she found out she was pregnant, and she was stressed, you know, very stressed. I could tell she was scared to tell me. Just told her, I will support you. It's going to be okay. She was happy.
Did she tell you anything about Dante's reaction?
She said he was mad.
She and Dante would be texting, and he would stop responding either during arguments that they were having. She would then get upset, wait to hear back from Dante, and left in limbo, and it was very aggravating for her.
Kelsey texts Dante, "You were my best friend, the only thing I lived for day after day. What happened to us? It wasn't supposed to be like this."
One time I'd talk to her and she'd say, you know, he's kind of coming around and Dante will never abandon the baby.
But a child with Kelsey was not in Dante's plans.
Kelsey gets a text from Dante and he says that he has something for her. He alludes to a surprise and he wants her to come to Pueblo.
Kelsey had come home. When she was here, she slept a lot. I knew it was hard on her working full-time in Denver. Now with the new pregnancy, she was really tired. I said, I will support you. Whether Dante is in the picture or not in the picture, it's gonna be okay. She was happy. She wanted that baby. She wanted to be a mom.
She was in a good place.
Yes. So I'm thankful for those couple of days that we got before she went missing.
My name is Zach Hillstrom. I am a reporter at the Pueblo Chieftain. I think that people have been trying to fill in the blanks about what happened to Kelsey from the time that it happened, and not just when the mystery seemed like it might be a permanent one. On February 3rd of 2013, Dante Lucas, her boyfriend, was trying to convince Kelsey Schelling to come visit him in Pueblo that day. She responded with a firm no. It seems like they fought a lot that night. Just before 3 a.m., Kelsey texted Dante, "You don't have to be in a relationship with me. You don't have to marry me. You don't have to have a happy little family with me. You don't have an obligation to me. You're good. Don't worry. Good night." Lucas's response to that was, "Oh, I know all of that. Thanks for stating that for me."
So it was February 4th, and Kelsey had taken 3 home pregnancy tests. So she went into the doctor and had the doctor confirm to her that she was actually pregnant. She got the sonogram done. She even had the photo in hand of her sonogram. She was able to share that with her mom.
What did you think when you saw the baby?
I was happy. I knew that she was happy.
She showed up to work probably 10 minutes late. She just had her ultrasound. She's really excited. She was in a great mood that day.
That morning, Kelsey told Dante that she had finished her appointment and that her due date was September 13th. Lucas's response to that was cool. He asked her to skip work and come to Pueblo. She texted him, "I'm not gonna come get you so we can fight all day." He texted back, "I don't wanna fight at all. I want to give you this." She writes back, "Give me what?" He says, "Just wait and see for yourself. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you anyway, so you can see for yourself."
Kelsey decides to go down to Pueblo after work.
She clocked out of work at a little bit after 8:40 p.m. and hit the road to see Dante in Pueblo.
So Denver to Pueblo drive right down I-25. It's about 2 hours long. It's just one straight path. Not a lot of people are out on the roads. It is a lonely, quiet drive. While she's driving down to Pueblo, Dante sends her a text saying, "Let's meet at the Southside Walmart." She parks her car there.
She texted him at 10:20 saying she'd arrived, and he replied that he'd be there shortly.
She's waiting, and she's getting impatient, like any girlfriend would.
At 11:10 p.m., he still hadn't shown up to the Walmart.
That's when Dante says, let's meet at our spot, which is in the neighborhood of his grandmother's home, and that's where Dante was staying at the time. She moved her car there from the Southside Walmart. She was just parked on the side of the road in this residential neighborhood. So then she's left waiting there again, and she's still impatiently texting him.
The last confirmed message from Kelsey was sent at 11:18 p.m. She was asking Dante, "Where are you? I've been here for over an hour just waiting."
The following day, the 5th, she didn't show up for work. So I tried calling her, couldn't get a response. So then I shot her a text message asking her where she was, why she wasn't at work. Got a text message back right away saying that she was in the hospital having some tests done. And she said that she was not having a baby anymore, it was growing in the wrong place.
I tried calling her on Wednesday. She didn't answer her phone, which is kind of pretty rare. And then I texted her, I said, hey, give me a call. I got a text message back, says, I'm not feeling good, I'm on the couch, I'll call you tomorrow.
I kept trying to call, and she wouldn't answer. Toward the end of the week, it was going directly to voicemail. So then, in the back of my mind, I'm starting to get concerned.
After Kelsey had driven to Pueblo, there was never a phone call that was answered from her phone.
Kelsey is not the type of person who would not talk to her friends. She was glued to her phone.
Friends and family would get text replies back, but they said that it came in a voice that just didn't quite sound like Kelsey. It was just short, quick responses.
Generally, any text message I had from Kelsey, words were spelled and there was punctuation, and they didn't have that.
I got to looking at the text message and it's like, man, I don't think that was her.
Why didn't you think that was her?
Just the verbiage in it and stuff. I mean, it just didn't seem like, her texting me.
Then on that Saturday morning, it's like the whole world just unraveled. All of her friends started contacting us saying, we've been trying to reach Kelsey and we can't reach her. I called Doug, her dad, and said, something is wrong. And so then we all drove up to Denver that day. Went into the apartment. There was no sign of her in the apartment. And that's when we called the Denver police.
Family members were visibly upset. They were frantic, actually, almost feverishly asking for any help they could get in trying to locate her.
Did you reach out to Dante?
I did contact him to ask him, if he knew where she was.
What did he sound like on the phone? Because the call that you're making to him is, Kelsey, the woman that you are with, the mother of your child, is missing. We are desperate to find her.
Nothing, no. Not worked up, not, just...
He's not scared? What can
No.
I do? How can I
No.
help?
No, he just says if I hear from her, I'll let you know. And then a little bit later, he got back with me. He said, I heard from Kelsey. She called from a private number. She said she doesn't have her phone. And she said she'll be getting a hold of you.
Intimating that she's alive,
Mhm.
she's out there.
And I said, well, can you track that number? And he's like, yeah, I'll try and figure out what the number was. And then, of course, he never did.
When this case first came in, I called Dante. He was telling me that he had seen her and had talked with her and spent time with her more recently than any of her family members, any of her friends. After I got off the phone, I did have a sinking feeling in my stomach. The following Friday, February 15th, that morning is when we drove down to Pueblo to turn the investigation over to the Pueblo Police Department.
We, in the beginning, were trying not to call him a suspect, just to try to build a rapport with him and try to sit down and get him to open up.
Can you kind of tell me just briefly what happened?
Well, early Tuesday morning, she came down to Pueblo.
During the course of the interrogation with Dante Lucas, he reveals some pretty shocking things about Kelsey and about the baby.
Now
now to the mysterious disappearance of a Denver woman.
Pregnant woman who vanished.
Kelsey was 8 weeks pregnant.
Last seen in Pueblo, visiting her boyfriend, Dante Lucas.
So when do you start talking to Dante Lucas?
We start talking to him fairly quickly as far as what is going on.
Police bring Dante in for questioning, and immediately he denies a romantic relationship with Kelsey.
Now, is she your girlfriend, or
no? We never were actually in a relationship.
Can you kind of tell me just briefly what happened?
She came down to Pueblo, and we're talking, whatever. You know, she ended up, getting mad at me or whatever.
Dante tells Officer Robinson that Kelsey slept in her car in Pueblo.
He said that they met up again the following morning and that he brought Kelsey Schelling to Parkview Medical Center, where she went inside.
So went to Parkview, and she went in and stayed for about almost 2 hours, hour 45 too.
We have no record of Kelsey Schelling ever being here at Parkview Medical Center.
Now, what do you check to find out if she was here or not?
We have a medical records system that keeps track of every patient that's ever walked through our doors.
So for you, there was no way she's ever here?
That's correct.
He alluded to the fact that she may have had a miscarriage.
She came out and just told me she wasn't pregnant.
Just the day before in Denver, Kelsey's doctor told her that the baby was healthy.
So then after we left Parkview,
Dante claimed that he and Kelsey then went to the Southside Walmart. Kelsey was going to grab some snacks before she made the drive back to Denver.
She went to go get some snacks, like something to eat, because she was hungry. And then came back out, we ended up talking, and she ended up telling me, like, get out of the car at Walmart, and she didn't want to take me home. So I just left from Walmart, started walking home, and then my mom came and got me.
But surveillance video from Walmart reveals a different version of events.
He contends that the two of them are together, and clearly, based on the surveillance, it's one person. It's him getting out of the car, and no one else exits.
When the car was parked at Walmart on February 5th, police believe that it was Dante Lucas parking that car, getting out, and walking away. They have pretty good surveillance video showing it.
The car sat there overnight.
The morning of February 6th, this unknown man is seen walking to Kelsey Schelling's car, parked at the Southside Walmart, and is seen driving away with the car. We have no idea who that person was in that video.
It's a car that that person is familiar with, and we know earlier that Dante had the key.
Who do you think that someone was that came back and drove that car away?
You know, there's similarities to Dante, but it's nothing that we can 100% say that is the person who drove it away.
When Dante Lucas talked with police, he didn't paint the best picture of Kelsey. He painted a picture of, just that she was kind of troubled.
She had bad anxiety, she has anxiety attacks, so she had pills for that.
What can you tell me about that?
She's told me before that she's ended up in the hospital a few times from overdosing, I guess.
Dante cast her to police as someone who had troubles with drugs.
No.
No?
I don't believe that, no.
She just one time she told me about suicide, but she told me she ended up in the hospital behind it multiple times.
When she was 15 years old, she did. So yes, she has had that in her past. But if she committed suicide, you would find her body. I mean, she was happy. She wanted that baby. She wanted to be a mom.
So at this point, Kelsey has been missing for more than a week. But on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2013, her car is discovered.
The car of a missing Denver woman has been found in Pueblo.
Detectives will be examining Kelsey's car.
It was big news when Kelsey's car was found at St. Mary Corwin Medical Center. How did it get there? What happened to Kelsey?
I knew once her car was found that something horrible had happened, because there's just no way that she would have gone somewhere and left her car.
To find the car and no Kelsey.
And no Kelsey. We did not have any good security footage that could tell us who dropped off the car, how the car got there. Normally, if someone was going to go away for a few days, they'd take their car with them. So we are now leaning towards foul play. So we accelerate the case.
Police start working backwards. They start going through surveillance video, and what they find is pretty surprising. Less than 12 hours after she would have arrived in Pueblo, surveillance video shows Dante in her car at an ATM in Pueblo. He's driving and he takes $400 out of Kelsey's bank account.
But is it suspicious for you that he uses that card after the date where you pinpoint Kelsey was missing?
It is part of the suspicious activity, yes.
Because Dante withdraws money from Kelsey's account without her in the car, Dante is brought in for a second time by Pueblo police.
This is the second time I talked to you.
These detectives had a wealth of information to go at him.
Why'd you get the money?
The money? What money are we talking about?
$11.39 at the bank. You're on video, dude. In her car with her credit card. You're on tape.
Oh, this is for the 400 they're talking about? This is for my phone bill.
Why didn't she go with you to the ATM? It's not in the car. It's on the video.
It may have been while she was over the hospital. I'm not sure about like I said, like my time frame has been messed up.
The detective moves on to another topic, talking about why there's no record of Kelsey ever showing up at the hospital.
There's no record of her ever being at Parkview.
That's like all I have to say.
Now here's the thing. Instead of pressing Dante on these contradictions, they move on to an unrelated topic.
When she dropped you off at Walmart, where were you parked at?
I mean, like, apparently you guys know, so, like, I don't understand why you, like, I told him one time, like, that's all I can say about it.
When she dropped you off, when was that again?
Can I speak to a lawyer, please? So if you guys just keep asking the same questions over and over, like, I just like to speak to a lawyer.
Once he requests a lawyer, all questions come to a halt.
Unfortunately, this is a very poorly executed interview. I think it's a tremendous missed opportunity.
Once he shut down, our avenues of trying to talk to him end.
How did you read that?
As the possibility that he knows something.
Dante Lucas was arrested on February 15th. They don't arrest him on murder charges. He was arrested on felony identity theft charges for using Kelsey's debit card at the bank that day.
But those charges were later dropped when investigators found out that Kelsey did, on occasion, give him permission to use her bank card.
How do you prove she did not or did give him permission at that time? And since you had permission to do it before, it makes it a very difficult case to prosecute.
He's released. He's, living his life.
Do we suspect foul play? Yes. Have we come up with a body? No. Dante is a person of interest in the fact that she's missing.
Hoping to get Dante to talk, police bring in the person who knows him better than anyone.
Kelsey's car was found in Pueblo. Kelsey hadn't been found. Police, maintained at that time that it was a missing persons case.
When the charges of identity theft are dropped in March of 2013, police can't get Dante to talk again.
You'll have a chair right there. I'll grab your water and we'll be back in a second.
So they take a different tact. They decide to speak to his mother, Sarah Lucas.
I would love to clear Dante and move on. If Dante would come in, do a polygraph, we ask him like 5 questions. If he passes that, we can move on and look other directions.
I will relay that to his lawyer, and I know my son wants nothing more than to find out what happened to her.
Detectives ask her about February 5th. That's the day that Dante was seen on surveillance camera parking Kelsey's car at Walmart.
Did you in fact pick Dante up?
I did pick my son up.
At that time, did you see Kelsey? Was she with him or?
No, she wasn't with him then.
Do you know where she was?
In the house.
Sarah gives Dante an alibi for his whereabouts on February 6th, when that unknown man is seen moving Kelsey's car from the Walmart.
On the 6th, Dante, or somebody that looks remarkably similar to Dante, I'm not going to say 100% was him, but went back and picked it up.
There's no way that was him. There's no way he was at home. I know my son. He's not capable of hurting anybody.
But it's been 3 years since this case happened. No one's been charged.
That's right. You have inconsistencies, lies, but without a body or any direct evidence that tells us something happened to her, to a homicide, you know, it may happen one day, but right now it's, you know, we haven't had any evidence to reclassify it.
You look at the Pueblo Police Department, they probably didn't have as many resources, and her family quickly became frustrated with how this investigation was progressing, or kind of the lack thereof any progress.
Kelsey's still not a victim, according to them. There's not been a criminal act committed, according to them. We just want an effective investigation done into Kelsey's disappearance.
Her family is pleading for your help.
We're doing everything in our power to find our missing loved one.
We tried to push Pueblo police for answers. We were there for every press conference, every event. We just weren't getting any new information from them at all. And to me, that was so frustrating.
The investigation really isn't being handled properly.
Laura Saxton always been a fierce advocate for her daughter, and I don't think she'll rest until Kelsey is found.
Many in Pueblo are not giving up on finding clues that could help find Kelsey Schelling.
Why do you think people feel so strongly about Kelsey's case?
You know, they can't believe it. You know, they try and imagine what if it was their child.
We're gonna break up again over here.
In May of that year when she went missing, they started doing their own searches. They didn't think police were looking hard enough.
The whole community was rallying. There were so many searches for her body all over the city of Pueblo.
This is probably one of the largest groups we've had in a while. After 3 years, that means a lot, so thank you.
Come on, kid.
People were scattering, just looking for any shred of evidence.
It's becoming harder to come back. I dread the trips, but I know I have to do it.
She comes home empty-handed. The one thing that she doesn't have is Kelsey.
They never found anything on those searches. Then those searches turned into anniversaries.
Kelsey Schelling disappeared 4 years ago this month.
And Kelsey's mother believes police are now closer than ever to finding her.
That turned into justice walks.
What do we want? Justice!
Around the Pueblo Police Department and the District Attorney's Office.
We appreciate you all so much. Your support keeps us going.
To put pressure on our system to do something here.
We're going to keep going. We're going to keep coming up with ideas. I mean, we're trying everything.
Kelsey's family offers a $50,000 reward for information. So you feel like you're doing everything you can, even to this day, to find out what happened with Kelsey?
Yes. There is no lead we don't follow up. We followed up leads from psychics that call in. Well, they've had a vision on where Kelsey is, and we followed up those leads.
In an effort to get some more information and hopefully some tips and leads in the case, Kelsey's family also set up a Facebook page, Help Find Kelsey.
It was one source or one place where people could come together to generate information, maybe from even people that didn't want to call police.
You get a Facebook message.
It was from a woman saying, if I have information about Kelsey, can I remain anonymous? It's so awful. He sold her into sex trafficking. I almost feel like I went insane. What if she is still out there somewhere?
We were on the ground to investigate, and I couldn't believe what happened.
Right when they're at the trunk, get ready. It's Ryan Smith, ABC News.
Walmart, and she parks her car there.
The car sat there overnight.
This unknown man is seen walking to Kelsey Schelling's car and is seen driving away with the car.
And Kelsey's just gone.
Kelsey had taken 3 home pregnancy tests.
Now, is she your girlfriend or no? We never were actually in a relationship.
The lead suspect stops talking.
Can I speak to a lawyer, please?
It's a dead end.
These are the stories that keep us up at night.
But an undercover volunteer befriends him.
I had to play the role that I didn't know what was happening, so I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, what is happening?
Okay, they're both rolling now. There's a sting operation.
Right when they're at the trunk, get ready. We're about 10 seconds away.
Marcus Ryan Smith, ABC News. How you doing?
I know that my testimony could potentially help take him down.
The anxiety level was high, the tension was high.
A witness in the Dante Lucas trial
was found shot to death.
Another moment where your jaw hit the floor.
When they came and told us the verdict was in, we all were just like, oh my God.
Her mother simply won't give up on finding Kelsey. For nearly 2 years, Laura Saxton had been on a desperate search for answers about her daughter Kelsey, who suddenly disappeared in February of 2013.
There will be a renewed search for clues in the case of Kelsey Schelling.
Just through seeing Laura Saxton, the tears, the sadness, the frustration, it all came, rolling out.
Many in Pueblo are not giving up on finding clues that could help find Kelsey Schelling.
The relentlessness of this mother's search really struck a chord with so many people in Pueblo. Scores of locals turned out to help Laura search all around the Pueblo area for any trace of Kelsey.
Over here on this other hike in 2 more groups.
The ride home is always really tough, going home empty-handed, emotionally and physically.
Is it hard to keep hope?
As far as the hope of actually finding her, that dwindles, every day.
But then, in October of 2015, nearly 2 years after Kelsey's disappearance, there's a shocking development. A mysterious message giving Laura hope comes through the Help Find Kelsey Facebook page. That's the page that Laura had set up to gather tips and leads on the case.
It was saying, if I have information about Kelsey, can I remain anonymous?
When Laura responds, a man emails her saying, "Ma'am, please, your daughter is not dead. She will be back home alive." The man offers a harrowing account of what really happened to Kelsey. He claims that Dante hired a friend to kill her and says Dante has no idea she is alive. He thinks she is dead.
And that the friend did not kill her. He sold her into sex trafficking. It made me sick. I mean, I could barely function. What if she is still out there somewhere?
The emailer says he needs money to help Kelsey escape. $50,000 in cash. So the plan is this. The money is to be brought to Vancouver, Washington, specifically to a local McDonald's restaurant. Then it's to be hand-delivered to a guy named Marcus, who would be wearing a red hat.
Once the money was exchanged, then this courier person would go and get Kelsey and bring her back to the McDonald's. I'll have to sell some stocks, which will take about a week, but I can push to expedite that process. I just thought, what if she's been out there and I could have found her and we haven't? I mean, it was just what if?
Laura sets up the meeting at the McDonald's in Vancouver to deliver the cash. But even though she's desperate for answers, she's worried that something criminal is going on. So she reaches out to the Vancouver police and asks them to go undercover to meet this courier.
It felt like law enforcement from Vancouver should have been involved in the situation.
But just before the appointed time, the Vancouver police back out, believing it to be an internet scam and not an actual human trafficking plot. But 2020 had the McDonald's under surveillance to see if anyone would show up. Our cameras are rolling as a man with a red hat comes in.
That's him.
He sits quietly, but after no one shows up, he takes off.
Okay, he's on move. Cut the engine.
Weird, eerie to see that they actually were, going through with this.
He's gone.
It was just all a matter of trying to get down to the truth of this.
As I was investigating this mysterious email, a contact of mine told me about another missing woman's case that proved to be the key to unraveling this mystery. In Portsmouth, Ohio, 1,200 miles away from Colorado, Megan Lancaster, 25 years old, has also suddenly disappeared.
Katie Lancaster is on a mission to help find her sister-in-law.
I mean, she's gone without a trace. We have her car and her wallet.
An eerie feeling like there's something, like we're gonna find something.
Months go by with no developments. Megan's family organizes searches and sets up a Facebook page to publicize the case.
And then out of
surprise, a red hat.
What if he really does have her and I can bring her home?
You should stick with the crew, behind the camera, with the crew.
To unravel just what's going on with this mystery, Katie agreed to work with 2020 to set up a sting operation.
Katie and I are going to be in one vehicle.
Just like Laura did 2 weeks earlier, she arranges a meeting to drop off the money in Vancouver at that McDonald's.
There are booths over here.
Katie, you said this morning that they sent you a text message.
They will be sending Marcus.
Okay, they're both rolling now. I would be going to this rendezvous with Katie, but wearing a hidden camera. As we walk into the McDonald's at the appointed meet time, we quickly spot Marcus, the man in the red hat, and walk over to him. Katie was instructed not to ask any questions, so I told Marcus, hey, the money is in the trunk of a car parked outside.
Right when they're at the trunk, get ready. We're about 10 seconds away.
Meanwhile, I was waiting outside with our camera team and a security guard in case this thing went sideways.
Okay, let's get ready.
As they head out to the parking lot, before the trunk is opened, I walk over to Marcus. I want to get some answers.
Marcus, Ryan Smith, ABC News. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. Why'd you come here to take $25,000 from Katie?
I don't know.
You don't know why you're here to take $25,000 from Katie?
Nope.
What are you here for?
Oh, to collect some money.
You see, Marcus claims he was suckered too, lured online into a supposed jewelry venture. He says he was supposed to pick up the money and then wire it to someone he's never met.
So a random guy tells you to go to McDonald's twice in less than 2 weeks to meet people to pick up money, and you don't think anything of it?
I didn't think none of it.
We were told that you were going to deliver Megan to Katie today. Is that true?
I have no idea about no Megan or no kidnapping or anything like that.
This would be a scheme to extort money from families who have family members that are missing.
I didn't know nothing of this. I had no clue anybody was supposed to be exchanging nothing for a human being. If I did know, I would not have been involved in this situation.
So you've been here twice, coming to pick up money at a McDonald's. Your name is attached to this.
Just feel shaky inside.
I had no clue.
It's important that you be real honest with me.
Yeah, I'm real honest.
You have never heard of Kelsey Shelley?
Never.
Definitely a big scam. I want to know who's behind it.
But an FBI analysis of the emailer's Facebook page showed it used an IP address traced all the way to Russia.
In most scams, they're compartmentalized. So the person you may send to pick up the cash at a particular location may know nothing about what the scam is.
Then that's just 100% clarification that, this is just some dirtbags out there, trying to get money off of these poor families.
But while the extortion plot that was torturing Laura was laid to rest, the roller coaster ride wasn't over. A sympathetic stranger who feels for Laura comes up with a shocking plan to go undercover on her own and befriend Dante to try to find the truth about what happened to Kelsey.
I knew that I was potentially putting myself into danger.
Dante Lucas?
And when we go to get some answers from Dante, she was right there with him.
What do you have to say to her family?
Even though Laura Saxton lives hundreds of miles away from Pueblo, Colorado, the news about her years-long crusade to find her missing daughter continued to resonate with folks living there.
Our top story tonight, the search for Kelsey Schelling. Today, law enforcement following new leads in the case.
We're going to keep coming up with ideas. I mean, we're trying everything.
I felt really heartbroken for her. As a mom, I couldn't even begin to fathom knowing that your child's out there.
It's spring of 2016 when Lauren Shore, a single mom living near Pueblo, says Laura's story inspired her to hatch an audacious plan of her own. Make Facebook friends with Dante Lucas, gain his trust, and meet up with him in real life, and just maybe help solve the mystery of what happened to Kelsey.
Definitely was nerve-wracking, but I felt like I could do it. So I had messaged him on Facebook, and I told him that I was looking to meet new friends. He responded fairly quickly, within, I say, a couple of hours.
Lauren was eventually able to get Dante to meet her in person. When we shot this footage of Dante playing basketball in 2016, Lauren was there with him. She says it was only the second time they'd ever met.
We had went to a basketball court to just play around, shoot some hoops, and that's when a man with a camera came up to us.
Dante Lucas, I'm with ABC News 2020. The family of Kelsey says you're responsible for her disappearance. Is that true?
Who's Kelsey? I freaked out. I had to play the role that I didn't know what was happening, so I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, what is happening?
What the is happening right now?
And he kind of just shut down and was like, I'll tell you about it later on. Don't freak out. It's okay. None of this is true.
As the weeks go by, Lauren says she's able to develop a close relationship with Dante.
We just hang around the family, watch movies, drink a little bit. He always smelt of alcohol. He comes off as very cocky, I feel like. He feels like he's just the man, and he can't do no wrong.
Just as she'd planned, Lauren says she got Dante to open up, to trust her enough. The time finally seemed right to ask him about Kelsey.
There was only a certain amount of period of time that he would talk about it. 1 minute, he had no involvement, he had nothing to do with it, and then he would just shut down and start crying hysterically and get really upset.
But Lauren says something very unexpected happened with Dante. Her undercover relationship with him blossomed into romance.
I felt like he did genuinely develop feelings for me and did genuinely fall in love with me. He has this way about him that makes you just feel so sorry for him. In the back of my mind, I always kept that he is potentially a murderer.
Lauren says her relationship with Dante continued for about a year, but then something happened. There was an incident outside his house that made her realize she was in way over her head.
He's like, I want you to marry me. And he showed me the ring, I took the ring. At that point, I was kind of like done, because I didn't want to get in any deeper than I had already gotten into.
Despite all the efforts of this clandestine girlfriend, her work doesn't seem to be paying off, and the clock just keeps ticking for Laura Saxton. She's not any closer to knowing the truth about what happened to Kelsey.
I wasn't happy at all with how things were going, and I mean, that's one big reason why I wanted to do the first story with you guys. Was I was hoping that that would somehow bring something out into the light.
Tonight on 2020, when do you stop looking for a pregnant daughter who's vanished?
In May of 2016, our first 2020 program on the Kelsey Schelling case hits the airwaves. The very day of our broadcast, there's a big announcement regarding the investigation into Kelsey's disappearance. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation was going to join the case.
That was news to me, so I was kind of like, oh my God, this is awesome.
I think once that 2020 special aired, it really turned up the heat on Pueblo police and on this case.
Taking over the case, Pueblo Police Department Commander Eric Bravo and CBI agent Kevin Torres. Working together, they moved fast, turning it from a missing persons case into a full-blown criminal investigation.
It was a homicide investigation in our eyes, so I immediately started working on setting a plan into motion how we wanted to proceed.
Police got a tip that led them to believe Schelling's body might be in Dante's backyard.
It's not long before police dig up the yard of the house where Dante and his family had been staying.
So we thought, man, we really have something. But it went from elation to satisfaction. That day it just seemed like we were there, and then it slipped away.
During the investigation, Agent Torres finds out about Dante's relationship with Lauren Shore. When he interviews Shore, she reveals that Dante had made a key admission to her about Kelsey's disappearance. And it's about that Walmart surveillance video of the mystery man walking over to her car and then driving off with it.
She confirmed for us Dante admitting it was him in the Walmart surveillance video. She also informed us that Dante admitted to her dropping Kelsey's car off at St. Mary Corwin Hospital. The piece of information that Lauren provided to us was a pretty crucial piece at that point.
Then, in late 2017, there's a huge development that will totally transform the case. A Pueblo man tells police that Dante and other family members had attacked him in front of their home and stolen $1,000 from him. Now that gives police a reason to arrest Dante.
I had information that Dante was leaving Pueblo and was heading to DIA, where he seemingly intended to board a flight to Tucson. And the concern was that he may take other efforts to meet friends in Mexico.
Boy, the anxiety level was high, the tension was high.
The time was ticking away, and the tires were turning on the road. And Dante was within 20 minutes of getting on a plane for Tucson, Arizona, when he was arrested.
When he was arrested, there was hope across the community that maybe investigators would finally get some answers in this case.
We decided that the next day would be the day that we would send a couple detectives back in to try and answer some of the questions that we didn't have answered.
During his interrogation, Dante finally breaks down and comes clean, confirming Lauren Shore's account that he was the one seen in that Walmart video.
So that information that he confirmed that was him was huge.
You see, it was that admission, combined with the wealth of evidence from text messages, cell phone records, and surveillance video already gathered, all of that was enough for prosecutors to move forward.
At the end of the day, I said, I think we have enough here to go forward. I ethically believe that Dante Lucas killed Kelsey Schilling, and I think we have the evidence to prove it.
A major development, the ex-boyfriend of a pregnant Denver woman who went missing 4 years ago.
He now faces charges of first-degree murder.
How were you thinking as his trial approached? Are you thinking justice will be done?
I put a lot of things on hold because I just was, sure it was going to happen and, wanted to be ready to go.
So after 8 years, Dante Lucas is finally in court, and the prosecution has a surprise witness.
That just took the whole room's breath away. No one saw that coming. This story became such a big deal here in Pueblo because people want answers and they haven't gotten any for 8 years.
Dante Lucas, the Pueblo man accused of murdering his pregnant ex-girlfriend Kelsey Schilling nearly 8 years ago, is headed to trial tomorrow.
Did I think it was going to be a tough case? Absolutely. And we well may not win it. But I owe it to the family, I think I owe it to Kelsey, to go forward and try this case.
KRDO News Channel 13's Dan Beatty has been following this case and the trial for more than 2 years.
I was anticipating there to just be a mad rush of reporters who were going to try to get into the courtroom. I was very worried that I might not even get a seat. You could feel the anticipation. When I saw Laura Saxton walk into the judicial building, you could tell this was a day she's been waiting for a long time.
Denver 7's Liz Gilardi in Pueblo today for opening statements. Liz, you have been with this case every step of the way now for all these years.
The prosecution simply started out and they said, this is not a missing persons case, this is a homicide case.
The case that the prosecution was making right off the jump was, one, they were going to prove through text messages and surveillance video that Dante Lucas has to be the one responsible for Kelsey Schilling's death.
These were two people in a relationship. Kelsey Schilling became pregnant. Dante Lucas didn't want to have a baby. And he made sure that didn't happen.
I know that she had mentioned
Kelsey Schelling's Chevy Cruze.
The prosecution said this car tells a story, and they told the jurors that you will see Daunte Lucas moving this car around Pueblo in the days after she went missing.
The idea that someone can essentially disappear without a trace, I think, is kind of a counterintuitive thought for people to have.
Prosecutors think there's enough evidence to convict Lucas even without a body, but the defense disagrees.
In the opening statements, the defense said this is a missing persons case. This has always been a missing persons case. They said there's no body, there's no evidence. Why should you believe that Daunte Lucas killed her?
They do not have a crime scene. They do not have a murder weapon.
Today, the jury got a detailed look at some of the text messages exchanged between them.
For the prosecutors, their goal was to show that those text messages showed intent, showed that Daunte Lucas consistently lied, not only to investigators, but to Laura Saxton herself.
What they referred to as his luring of Kelsey Schelling to Pueblo.
The prosecution say that he lured her there to end her life.
We know that that's his phone. He admitted to those text messages. We know that that's his thoughts and feelings about it. That's direct evidence.
And the movements of their phones as well, as they were pinging off cell phone towers in Pueblo on the night of February 4th and the early morning hours of February 5th. I think that a lot of the case really centered around those movements.
Two pivotal witnesses testified in the high-profile Pueblo murder case against Daunte Lucas.
First witness was Laura Saxton, and we were not expecting Laura Saxton to be the first one to take the stand. She didn't break down, but you can tell she's hurting. There's a lot of pain behind her voice.
I think that was really powerful for the jury to see. Her mom spoke to the fact that she absolutely wanted this baby.
Prosecutors today painted Kelsey Schelling as an excited mother-to-be, desperate to make it work with her boyfriend.
It didn't take long for the prosecutors to swing for the fences, calling some pretty shocking witnesses to the stand.
Ryan Rivera is a former Pueblo County inmate who considered himself to be a friend of Daunte Lucas.
And when he took the stand, he said that Daunte Lucas told him that they're never going to find Kelsey Schelling's body. That just took the whole room's breath away.
Ryan Rivera, he was the only person who came forward over the duration of this trial that really said, Daunte told me he did this.
I wasn't in the courtroom, but well, jailhouse snitch on its face is just not credible. I mean, that's the assumption that we believe jurors have, and it's the assumption we have as defense lawyers. Why would this person do it? What's the benefit? What's the motive?
There was no deals made about charges he would get to plead to, time he would get to serve. There was no deals like that.
There were a lot of names on the prosecutor's list that I was shocked by, but Sarah Lucas certainly topped that list.
When you saw that Sarah Lucas was on the prosecution's side, everyone wondered, what is she going to say?
The one important thing that I've kind of mentioned, she confirmed that Daunte was the last person left alone with Kelsey.
The prosecution painted a picture of a troubled relationship.
Some of Kelsey's close friends testified. They pointed toward elements of domestic abuse in Kelsey and Daunte's relationship.
Something worth pointing out was the prosecution and even the defense made it clear that Daunte was using Kelsey for a number of things. For her money, Daunte used Kelsey for her apartment in Denver, and Daunte used Kelsey for her car. And his argument was, she lets me do it. The defense pushed the narrative that Kelsey Schelling popped pills, was an addict, that Kelsey, when she left Daunte Lucas at the Southside Walmart here in Pueblo, that she was going to meet up with a drug dealer.
There's no single person, other than the defendant in 2017, who's saying that she was into drugs and that she was a party girl.
You didn't have the forensic evidence. It seemed like you were really relying on circumstantial evidence and the evidence of snitches and these other witnesses. That's pretty straightforward. Either you believe them or you don't.
The witness list yields more surprises. The ones who make it to court.
I know that my testimony could potentially help take him down.
and the ones who didn't.
Witness 31-year-old Roxanne Martinez was found shot to death.
That was a completely unforeseen development in this case.
Breaking on Denver 7, a key witness in the Kelsey Schelling murder trial found dead.
That witness, 31-year-old Roxanne Martinez, was found shot to death in Denver last week.
These are still very stunning developments.
Roxanne Martinez, a witness for the prosecution, was set to testify soon.
That was just an absolutely, completely unforeseen development in this case. People were reeling when that news broke.
Denver police officers were called to a residential area in southeast Denver on a report of an unresponsive female who was lying in the roadway. We determined that that individual had been shot one time and died from that injury.
Her dad is in shock, her mom, her stepmom. It's just tragic all the way around.
I think when a witness in any major case turns up dead directly before they're set to testify, I think, of course, people are going to think, was she killed because she was going to testify?
Denver police arrested a suspect in Martinez's killing, 29-year-old Emmanuel Chandler. Chandler has been charged with first-degree murder, but he hasn't entered a plea yet.
We don't have any connection between Mr. Chandler and Mr. Lucas or anybody associated with that trial.
Our concern was to make sure that people understood that while she was an endorsed witness, I couldn't comment on her testimony.
Nobody knows what Roxanne Martinez was going to say on the stand for sure, with the exception of maybe the investigators who talked to her.
But while prosecutors say they can't discuss what Roxanne Martinez would have said on the stand, 2020 has uncovered some revealing details about her. You see, back in March of 2016, a woman named Roxanne had reached out to Laura Saxton through that Help Find Kelsey Facebook page. Roxanne messaged that she used to date the guy Kelsey was pregnant with, and he told me what had happened and started crying.
I'm instantly like mixed emotions, like, okay, are you going for the reward or, you know, are you for real?
When Laura asked, do you know where Kelsey is located? Roxanne replied, he told me everything. Yes, I do.
Basically, her information sounded very good and very promising, and so we really wanted to meet with her.
This mysterious woman agreed to meet Laura and her husband at a Mexican restaurant in Denver.
We were actually on our way there, and I tried to reach her by phone to let her know we were coming. She said that she was in the hospital and couldn't meet us. That was kind of the extent of what I really remember. And then, you know, past that, then, you know, that was all turned over to law enforcement to look into further.
Authorities say that woman was the same Roxanne who was killed during the trial.
I can confirm that CBI followed up and interviewed her, that we did have her as an endorsed witness, that we wanted to testify during trial. The thing that I'm steering clear from is I just don't want to talk about evidence that wasn't actually admitted during trial.
Martinez's killing shakes up the trial and threatens to overshadow the testimony of another prosecution witness who had a remarkable story to tell. It's none other than Lauren Shore, that woman who befriended Dante as part of a plan to try to find out what happened to Kelsey.
I know that my testimony could potentially help take him down, and that was realistically why I wanted to testify.
Shore testifies about Dante's critical admission to her, that he was the mysterious figure seen picking up Kelsey's car after it sat overnight in a Walmart parking lot.
I said, so that must have meant that you had dropped the car off at the hospital, correct? And that's when he said, yes, that was him that dropped the car off.
When the defense cross-examined Shore, they attack her credibility and her motives, at one point characterizing her as a sex informant because she had a physical relationship with Dante.
It's fair game, and if you're going to put yourself out there like she did and sleep with someone, the jury ought to know about that. You're having intimate conversations, and that casts a lot of suspicion on her as a witness.
The sex informant part really bothered me because I wasn't having sex with Dante to get answers out of him. I was playing my part and role as girlfriend. So to me, to be called such was really degrading.
On the very last day of its case, the prosecution played an interrogation video of Dante confirming Shore's account.
The clip that I played at the beginning of my closing was his phrase to detectives, "I lied from the jump. I moved the car." I wanted the jury to hear the defendant, in his own words, say, "I lied."
When it's the defense's turn to present its case, they raise a lot of eyebrows in court.
The defense didn't call a single witness to the stand. The defense immediately rested their case. And it was just another moment where your jaw hit the floor.
The burden of proof is on the government. It's simply messaging in a very strong way to the jury, they haven't done it. It's not guilty. So it's a strong message.
There was just really not a lot of hard forensic evidence to go off of. So as far as, what evidence they put forth to court that was irrefutable, that Dante Lucas killed Kelsey Schelling, I never saw that.
After a shocking final day of the trial, the jury was going to deliberate, and I had no idea what was going to happen at that point.
I think everybody was just like holding their breath.
Prosecution and defense have given closing arguments. The jury is now deliberating.
Well, on that last day of the trial, no one expected to get a verdict that day.
So now the waiting begins.
Yes. And I was prepared to camp out at the courthouse as long as I had to. I really thought I would be there all week, and we're really totally unprepared for when they came and told us the verdict was in. I think we all were just like, oh my God.
I mean, it was shocking how quickly they arrived at their decision, especially given just the amount of information they had to look at.
I can tell you, because the decision came back so early, all of our experience as prosecutors is that this was probably an acquittal, because juries tend to come to decisions more quickly on acquittals than convictions.
It was like standing on the precipice of a cliff and looking down. It was scary.
It was a very tense atmosphere in the courthouse while everyone was waiting to hear what the verdict was.
Even I was nervous, and I'm not affiliated with Kelsey Schelling's family at all.
People were wondering, does that mean Dante Lucas is going to walk?
I think everybody was just like holding their breath almost.
And then, when you hear the verdict, tell me how you're feeling.
Well, the words came out way too slow. Like, I feel like the judge was talking in slow-mo, even though he wasn't. I mean, I was just like, every word, it's like, okay, spit it out, please. And then he finally got to, guilty of first degree. And I think that was the first breath, like, I had taken in a long time.
This is a guilty verdict 8 years in the making, and even though Kelsey Schelling's body has never
Than 3 hours to find Dante Lucas guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
It was just so emotional for everybody, for both sides. It's a sad story. It's a sad situation that didn't have to end up like this if he had just let her come home.
You mentioned it was a lot of emotions for both sides. Did you find yourself looking over at their side?
Dante was sitting right in front of me. I looked at the back of his head through the whole trial. But, the mother of his child was there, and she broke down, and honestly, my heart hurt for her, hurt for their child, because it didn't have to end up this way.
Ryan Rivera's testimony was the biggest bombshell for our trial. It had moved us all. I could hear the gasps even in the masks of fellow jurors.
When it came out that he was convicted, I think there was a great feeling of satisfaction and relief, not elation. You know, you have to look at it from this side too. Mr. Lucas is a young man, and he was convicted of a criminal crime that shapes his life for however long he lives. I think it's every parent's worst nightmare that a child goes before you, and you can never fully heal that wound. I can tell you, I almost lost a child in the early 80s. And so I had a lot of sympathy with Laura and her family because I came that close to that tragedy. And that child was the lead prosecutor on this case.
So the elected DA is my dad, and Kyle McCarthy, who was obviously on the case with me, is my husband. And we, I don't think, had a night in the last 4 years that we haven't gone home and talked about Kelsey Schelling. Sometimes it's the first thing we talk about when we wake up. Sometimes it's the last thing we talk about before we go to sleep.
On Saturdays when we're driving kids around to soccer, a lot of times we're being told to stop talking about it because they can hear us in the front seat talking about it.
We both also had, and I mean, an incredible emotional pull to the family. That is a very special relationship, one that I will value for the rest of my life.
Well, I think, I mean, Michelle and Kyle with their closing, they're amazing. I don't even know what other words to use.
The first things that she told the reporters outside of the courthouse after the guilty verdict, yes, she was happy, but she was still devastated.
So we're very, very thankful for this outcome. But in the end, I didn't get Kelsey back. And that's what I wanted more than anything. So I feel like I didn't do something, I didn't push hard enough on something, or I didn't look enough on something to bring her home.
That devastation isn't going anywhere. Like she said, she has to live with that forever.
Her goal throughout all of this was to bring Kelsey home, give her a proper burial. So I know she had expressed that in some ways she felt like she had failed in her main mission.
I think the investigative team has some ideas where she may rest.
If that's where she is, that's just like the worst possibility to me.
That very first day that we met in September of 2016. I'll never forget it like it was yesterday, and it was just a special bond that we formed.
Kelsey's mom just battled and battled and battled.
8 years, I was hoping that it would never take this long. I grabbed my mother very tight and held her very close. I was holding on to my dad's hands.
Since the trial's over, it's because and Kelsey still hasn't been found, so but yeah, I've just felt very empty this past week.
Doesn't feel final because we still don't know where Kelsey is and we still don't know exactly what happened.
It turns out that prosecutors did present troubling evidence from the night Kelsey disappeared. That evidence provided a possible explanation to where her body could be.
We received information from the Pueblo landfill that there was some video evidence of a vehicle being there. You couldn't see what kind of vehicle. You couldn't tell who was in the car. Their lock to their front gate into the dump had been tampered with.
Well, it caught my attention when I grabbed the lock on my hand, and I said, well, somebody tried to get in here overnight.
The cell phone records, the pings were all out in that area. So, you know, we suspected that's what happened.
If you heard the testimony of the landfill expert, it would be next to impossible to just find a body just by conducting a search of the landfill.
Who wants that for their child to be the final resting place? No one.
We want to bring her justice and bring her home with us, her and Kadri both. Kadri, that was the name that she was going to give the child.
I'm never going to recover without getting her back, and so I still have nowhere to go to take her flowers, to go sit and talk with her, take her balloons on her birthday, you know, go to see her on the holidays.
Hi, Cal. Hi, Coco Bean.
How do you want her to be remembered?
A little girl with a really big heart, a really big smile, a really big laugh, beautiful eyes, silly. She was so silly. I miss being silly with her. I miss all the things that we didn't get to do together.
We've been covering this story for more than 5 years now, and as you can see, the heartbreak never really stops for Kelsey's mom and the entire Schelling family.
And Dante Lucas's defense team declined to comment for our program, but it is likely they will file an appeal.
In the meantime, that is 2020 for tonight. Thank you for watching. I'm David Muir.
And I'm Amy Robach. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
An all-new 2020 starts right now.
He just kept stabbing and stabbing. I remember trying to defend myself like this with my hands, and that's where I got the cuts on my hands.
Jason was confronted by the assailant. Someone that came into their apartment had assaulted him and his roommate.
Because she was stabbed so many times, you think, this is personal. This is someone who wanted her dead.
When you go into her apartment, what is the scene like?
You could tell that there was a struggle in there. She fought hard.
Jonna went door to door trying to get assistance.
At one point, I was praying. It wasn't her.
They had made a mistake. Now, revisiting the scene of a nightmare.
He pushed me back this way, and I fell on the bed like this. I took off, and I ran as fast as I could this way.
Did it trouble you that he ran away from the scene to get help instead of trying somehow to help her?
Scared, he wants to get away.
So he ran from here over this way to the convenience store.
I didn't have anything to do with this. If I had something to hide, why would I take this test?
I believe that's next to Warren House, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm Officer Dinah Kidd. I work for the Knox County Sheriff's Department. It was around 4:15 a.m. on the night of December 6th. It was real windy that night. We didn't have a lot of calls coming in. We felt like we were wrapping up our night because it was only a couple more hours till we'd get off.
8791.
And then we get the dispatch call that says there's a young man that had ran to the Weigels.
1080 with the victim just occurred at Weigels, 328 North Cedar Bluff. Time, stand by for update.
It's early morning in December when the clerk inside this convenience store gets a startling visitor. A young man who's bloody, pleading for help. He's barefoot and appears to have been seriously injured.
Knox County 911.
Hey, yes, with the Weigels number at Cedar Bluff Road.
Mm-hmm.
There's a man that just walked in the store. He's heavily bloodied. Looks like he's been in a fight.
A gentleman had called in from the Weigels on Cedar Bluff and stated that he had been attacked.
When he ran up to the Weigels, he had blood all over his clothing as he entered into the gas station. He had a stab wound to his face. He had cuts on his hands. He was stabbed in the chest. So he did have obvious signs of trauma on his body.
Does he need an ambulance? Yeah, that's what he said. Okay, can I talk to him, please? Sure, he wants to talk. All right, what's your name?
Jason Amami.
Jason?
Amami.
Oh, now what happened?
I just felt somebody stab me right in my chest.
Somebody stabbed you?
Me in my face. And that's the first thing I did was get up and run.
He'd heard some noise. He came outside. He came out into the hallway, and he had seen someone in the hallway, which then came to him and attacked him. He eventually got away from the attacker, and Jason had ran out the door.
He
had on clothing that he was sleeping in, which was just a pair of shorts.
He had left so abruptly that he didn't even take time to get his glasses or his shoes before leaving the apartment. He just ran out as quickly as possible to flee and get help.
And while Jason Amami tells the clerk that he was able to get away, shockingly, he says he wasn't alone in that apartment.
His roommate's still in there. Apparently somebody broke into his house. Is his roommate okay? He doesn't know. Is he okay? She was screaming very loud. Now, where's your address at? Redora Road. Redora? R-H-O-D-O-R-A. R-H-O? Park Apartment.
When the call came out, we then went to the apartment complex to check on the girl and kind of see what we could find there.
21-year-old Jonna Berry is barely clinging to life.
They found Jonna laying just inside an entranceway. She was face down and had multiple wounds to her body.
You were one of the first responders here.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about Jonna Berry? What kind of shape was she in?
She was not in good shape. As soon as you opened the door, she was laying in the corridor at the bottom of the steps. Her apartment was at the top of the steps, and she was covered in blood. That it was her hair. She's got beautiful blonde hair, and it stuck with me because at the time I thought she might have red hair because there was so much blood.
Just kind of moaning, making a few sounds, but was unable to talk due to her injuries.
She did have a very large wound on her neck. She also had multiple stab wounds across her body.
Over 25 wounds to her body.
It was very obvious that Jonna had been in a fight for her life and that it was a very violent struggle.
For me, it was one of the worst crime scenes that I have been involved in since being in law enforcement.
When you go into her apartment, what is the scene like?
When we go up the steps and go into the apartment looking for the suspect or anybody else that's injured, the knife was in the floor and it had blood on it, hair on it, and it was bent.
There were 6 units in the apartment building. There was blood on each of the doors within the 6 units. And we could tell from that Jonna was the person who went door to door trying to get assistance.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's not the middle of the night, per se.
One individual thought someone was breaking into his apartment. We called 911.
Knox County 911. Yeah, we hear a lot of noise outside my apartment. With a lot of banging on the doors right downstairs. Now I hear some sort of yelling. I don't know what it is. Someone else.
He looked out his peephole of his door.
Do you see anybody outside? I look out the peephole. What's your name? Just hang up on me.
He didn't see anyone.
It's because Jonna was crumpled on the ground below that peephole. Absolutely heartbreaking.
Unfortunately, the call dropped and there was no other activity.
Everything we have for Brandon Park Apartment.
Once the residence was cleared and we noticed there's no one else injured in the apartment, we go back down the stairs. I go back to her. So I leaned down and was talking to her, asking her if she knew who done this. If she knew where they went. I was just asking her all kinds of questions, try to help us find out who done this and what had happened. She would move around a little bit, but she couldn't answer me. So by this time, I just kind of held her hand and waited on EMS to arrive.
That night, 2 young people come face to face with an intruder. Jason manages to escape, but Jonna, who was too injured to speak, denied.
We were wondering what led to this horrific tragedy.
The attacker has vanished, the motive unknown.
Are our children safe? Are we safe? We had no idea who did this.
Police launch a full-scale manhunt across the Knoxville community. Inside that foyer, Jonna Berry is still alive, brutally wounded, and struggling to hold on.
I just held her hand and waited on EMS to arrive.
I remember distinctly that it was raining when I got to the scene.
Jonna dies in the ambulance, her fight ending before she ever reaches the hospital. What do you think that may have meant to her or to you to even just be there to comfort her?
I hope it helped her, and to me it would mean a lot if that was my child there.
It was 4 a.m. in the morning on December the 6th. We got a phone call from Knoxville UT Hospital. The gentleman on the other end of the phone, he asked to speak to Mike, which was very unusual because nobody called my cell phone and asked to speak with my husband.
She handed me the phone, and there's somebody on there said, "Are you Michael Berry?" And I said, "Yes." "Do you have a daughter, Jonna?" And I said, "Yes." Just to let you know, your daughter was murdered.
I heard him say, "Jonna's been murdered." And at one point, I was praying it wasn't her.
They had made a mistake.
Yeah. My youngest son lived here, so I called him and I said, hysterically, "It's Jonna. Something's happened. You need to get to UT."
This had to be a nightmare for everybody.
It was. It rained all the way. It was like the angels was just crying.
It's just something that you never forget.
After nearly 4 hours on the road, Jonna's parents finally make it to the hospital.
When we got there, my youngest son was in the parking lot. He said, "It's true, Mama, it's Jonna."
Did you have any idea what happened at that moment?
No. And the boys identified her body, which was very upsetting to me.
She was in bad shape.
Yes. I wish that I could spare them the heartache and the memory that they'll have forever.
Jonna, smile to the camera, girl.
Hey!
Jonna grew up in a tight-knit family in Bristol, Tennessee. Take me back. Tell me what kind of a little child she was.
Jonna was a very happy child. She was very ambitious. She did dance and cheerleading.
2 older brothers.
She had 2 older brothers. They were very protective of her.
You had a beauty salon, and I imagine she was running around.
Yes, she would get a manicure. I polished her little nails. She always wanted makeup on and her hair done. She was my best friend.
She was your best friend?
She was.
After high school, Jonna heads off to East Tennessee State University, where she gets a degree in child psychology. What was it that she aspired to? What were her aspirations?
She wanted to devote her life to children. She wanted to help them in any way she could.
As Jonna grows older, her dreams for her future grow bigger, and she meets her fiancé, Jason White.
Jonna got engaged when she was 20.
Kind of young.
It was young, but she knew what she wanted and she worked hard to get it.
Jonna loves children, and that passion leads her to Knoxville, where she begins working toward a master's degree in child psychology. Most here consider this a safe slice of America, next to the Tennessee River. About 35 miles away, you'll find Dollywood, nestled in the Great Smoky Mountains. She's going to school, she's moving, about to get a new degree. That's a lot.
But she was so ambitious. She was constantly on the move.
How does she go about finding a place to live?
She was in the process of looking for an apartment, but we hadn't found the exact thing, so she stayed with a friend from college. She rented a bedroom.
That friend was Jana's roommate, Jason Amami.
I'd known Jason for a couple of years prior when she was in college.
He was somebody you were familiar with?
Yeah, we knew him, and he was a good friend. It was just a temporary thing.
Were you at all questioning or concerned about Jason Amami?
Jason was stabbed also, but Jana's brothers and her dad wondered why Jason didn't help her.
And police have their own questions. They sit down for the first of several interviews with Amami.
He was able to explain to us that he woke up in the middle of the night because he heard a scream. Jason knew that Jana did have nightmares, so at first he assumed that she could have just been having a nightmare. But as he got up, he noticed that there was a male figure backing out of Jana's bedroom.
Jason was confronted by the assailant. He was stabbed about 6 to 8 times.
At that point, Jason didn't hear any more screams for Jana. He wasn't sure if she had escaped the apartment or not. He just ran out as quickly as possible.
You have an initial reaction to any attack, and that's going to be fight, flight, freeze.
To unravel the mystery of Jana Berry's murder, police zero in on a critical piece of evidence found at the scene.
When officers go inside the apartment, they see so much blood, it's everywhere. Then they see a bloody shoe print.
A single shoe print soaked in blood. Could this be the clue that unmasks the killer?
Jana was funny, charismatic, intelligent. She just had this aura about her that just drew people in. Who would want to hurt somebody that was so pure?
Christmas was Jana's favorite time of year, her family says. And just hours before the murder, she and her mom were on the phone talking about picking up gifts for the holidays.
I said, I did some Christmas shopping today, and she said, oh, I did too. We talked a little more, and we said good night, and I love you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
The night she died, she had been wrapping Christmas gifts for children.
Jana had them separated, you know, in little piles, they said, with the kids' names on them.
It just seemed so tragic right before Christmas.
Fear gripped the city of Knoxville. A young woman savagely stabbed in her own home, and her killer on the loose.
21-year-old Jana Berry and her roommate were stabbed in their Brendan Park apartment.
It really left the community feeling unsettled.
I'm a news anchor here at WATE in Knoxville, and I have covered the Jana Berry case since the very beginning. This seemed to be a crime out of nowhere. There were so many questions, and people were wondering what on earth is going on.
To this day, Jana's mom, Joan, can't shake the image. Her daughter bleeding, terrified, pounding on doors, and nobody answering. When you heard that she frantically ran asking for help and nobody answered their doors, what did you make of that?
It angered me at first. You know, I can understand someone not opening the door at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, I can understand that. People don't want to get involved. Why couldn't you be more like Jana and want to help people? She would have helped anybody.
Some of the folks in the apartment complex possibly could not have heard the knock on the door due to it being in the middle of the night and the bedroom being located so far away from the front door. Some people, we learned, were not at home.
Detectives begin a full-scale investigation, and there's one thing that is impossible to ignore: the sheer amount of blood in Jana's apartment. How bloody was this crime scene?
There was blood in not only in Jana's bedroom, Jason's bedroom, blood in the living room, blood on the back door, blood out the back of the apartment going down the stairs.
Blood is on the doorknob, blood is on the floor, blood is on the door.
Looked like there had been some type of fight in Jonna's bedroom.
This had been a struggle.
Yes, you could tell that there was a struggle in there. You could tell that she fought hard.
Numerous samples of blood were taken from the crime scene. The blood samples were sent to the TBI for analysis. This is the exit that the perpetrator took the night of the crime. We can see that this door is ajar. There's no evidence of a forcible break-in.
Detectives wanted to find out was how the person got into the apartment without no forced entry being there. Was the door left unlocked? Did they have a key? Were they let in?
There was some speculation that Jonna had been on the phone with her fiancé, and perhaps in the excitement of wrapping the gifts and just having these other distractions that she forgot to lock the door.
Could it have been a friend of theirs that was in the apartment? Was it somebody that had gotten upset with Jason or Jonna? So there's a lot of different theories that were being thought about of what could have happened.
Investigators also discover curious items in the apartment, like a hat and a CD case they believe belonged to the killer.
The Atlanta Braves hat, the CD case, all of those things were leading us to believe that someone else possibly had entered the apartment since these things did not belong to either one of the occupants of the apartment.
The murder weapon was discovered in the hallway directly outside of Jonna's bedroom.
The knife was in the floor and it had blood on it, hair on it, and it was bent.
The hair that was found on the knife appeared to be from Jonna.
We knew right away that the knife came from inside the home. It was part of a matching set that was from the kitchen. What stood out to me the most about the weapon is how damaged it was. The handle was broken, the blade was bent. I could only assume that it had hit bone, that it was used multiple times, that it was very violent just given the force to break the handle.
While the murder weapon reveals a violent struggle, there's a single piece of evidence left on the blade which might point to the hand that held it.
There was a partial fingerprint that was found on the knife. There was an unknown DNA that was found on the knife.
Now that's got to be important because now that's going to be something that's going to lead you to somebody.
Oh yes, very, very important. If we can match a fingerprint or a partial fingerprint to someone, that would help. Our guys photographed it, sent that off to the lab to see if they would be able to get the fingerprint off of there and see if it was in any kind of system or database that they had.
But police aren't finished yet. In Jason's room, they discover a piece of cardboard and on it, a damning piece of evidence.
There was a very pronounced shoe print. And what stood out about the shoe print the most is that it was in blood.
Detectives also take note of the shocking number of times that Jonna was stabbed.
Jonna's autopsy revealed that she suffered over 20 stab wounds, some of them to her neck, head, and face, as well as her chest, back, and legs.
She had close to 26 stab wounds.
The nature of the crime, it was a very intimate, personal crime.
It kind of led to maybe thinking it was somebody that knew her, that had gotten mad at her, maybe a crime of passion. So we were looking at people who were close to her.
Because she was stabbed so many times, you think, this is personal. This is someone who wanted her dead. This had to be someone who knew her.
And that's when detectives begin looking closely at the two Jasons in Jonna's life. Could one of them know more than he's letting on?
Maybe he was following her. We looked at surveillance video, never did come up with anything from the mall. As far as the hospital goes, that was sort of a dead end. It never produced any kind of information either.
Jonna had no enemies. You know, nobody ever expressed being angry with her, or she never had any trouble with anybody. We had no earthly idea of who could have done this.
We really focused mostly on her closest circle. The first people that we wanted to clear from Jonna's murder were Jason, the roommate, and Jason, her fiance at the time.
The violent nature of the attack, the numerosity of the wounds, all hinted towards some sort of personal relationship that she may have had with somebody.
Joan Berry says her daughter met Jason White at a party when they were both students at East Tennessee State University, and the romance moved quickly.
We're very fond of Jason. She got engaged at Christmas, and she couldn't wait to show me her ring.
She wanted more than anything to be his wife and be a mom and raise a child with him and have them grow old together. She was so excited to marry him.
After graduation, Jason moves to Michigan to get his law degree, while Jonna moves to Knoxville to continue her studies.
He was in Michigan, and every night she would go to sleep with them talking. And then when she would go to sleep is when he would hang up.
In speaking with Jason White, he had explained to us that he talked to Jonna that night.
Detectives learned through his cell phone records that his cell phone appeared to be in Michigan the entire time.
No, there was no suspicions in my mind. I had never crossed my mind that Jason White ever did that.
Very quickly within the investigation, Jason White was cleared as a suspect.
Police are also interested in talking to the other Jason in Jonna's life, her roommate, Jason Amami.
So, how are you doing? I am doing good.
Police interview Jason the day after he gets out of the hospital, where he was treated for wounds to his chest, face, and hands.
Once Jonna's fiance was ruled out, all eyes went to her roommate. And one of the first questions investigators asked him was, do you have a romantic interest in Jonna?
As far as your relationship with Jonna, how long have you known her? I've known her for probably at least over 5 years. Okay. Did you guys ever date? No. Never? No. I was living in Knoxville and she needed a place to stay, so I said I'd be happy to let you live with me. That wouldn't be a problem.
Just got her fiance, but this is another guy. What did you make of the arrangement for her to move in with a guy as a roommate?
I was fine with that. I'd known Jason for a couple of years. He was a boyfriend of one of her good friends too, so. And even her fiance, Jason White, he didn't have a problem with it.
He tells Detective Delgado that on the night of the attack, he was watching TV when Jonna decides to go to bed.
She probably went to sleep about 10:30. I probably went to sleep 12:30 around there. What do you remember after that? I just remember waking up, hearing screams. I looked at my alarm clock. I believe all I remember seeing a 4, so probably 4 a.m. sometime.
Jason says it's not the first time he's been awakened by Jonna screaming at night.
She sleeps very light. She told me when she first moved in, she said, if I wake up and I'm scared or something, just come in and check on me, make sure I'm okay.
At first he assumed that she could have just been having a nightmare, but as he got up and he was leaving his room to enter her bedroom, he noticed that there was a male figure.
Next thing I remember is I'm on my bed and he's on top of me. I just remember fighting with him. He punched me in my face. I kept telling him, I was like, what do you want? He just kept telling me, shut up, shut up. And then I felt a sharp pain right here, and that's when I knew he had a knife.
He grabbed the knife to try to get it away from the individual. He kicked the individual in the groin area. The individual went back against the bedroom wall. He saw an opening that he would be able to get out of the bedroom.
At that point, he didn't hear any more screams for Jonna. He wasn't sure if she had escaped the apartment or not. But at that point, he just ran out of the apartment as quickly as possible.
You ran out of the apartment. Did you take anything with you? I didn't even think about it. What were you wearing? I was wearing blue workout shorts, which I wore to the gym, and a pair of boxers. Okay. And that's all I was wearing. I just ran straight out the door and right across the street. And I was banging on some of the doors at the other complex.
Investigators zero in on an important point in Jason's story. He came face to face with his attacker, Jonna's killer.
Now, let's just go through what this guy looks like. He's got short hair, kind of like mine. It's like a brownish blonde color.
He felt confident that he would be able to identify the person, provide a sketch of what this individual looked like.
This is Tom. Tom, this is Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
Tom's going to help you with the composite.
Using Jason's detailed description of that attacker, police are able to generate a photorealistic computer composite of their suspect. So he's able to give you some details about what this intruder looked like.
Yes, because he was face to face with that person. So he's really the only living survivor that can give us a description of the individual.
Despite Jason's cooperation, investigators say they still have lingering questions about Jana's roommate.
There was no forced entry, and I think that led investigators to probably focus a little bit more on Jason Amami.
Also, we had to look at the murder weapon came from within the apartment, within their own knife set. So, Jason had access to that. Could he have gotten the knife and used it to commit this crime? Could he have cut his own finger? It'd be pretty hard to stab yourself in the face close to your eye, but we couldn't rule that out.
Is Jason a victim or a suspect? Investigators take him back to the scene of the crime. Will his story hold up?
He just kept stabbing and stabbing. That's at the point to where I noticed he finally had a knife.
The walkthrough was really important for us. Look for inconsistencies regarding what he was telling us about the scene, what happened that night.
John and I talked about her wedding plans. We looked at several venues. We did purchase the wedding gown, and I'm grateful that Jonna got to experience that in her life.
Just days ago, Joan Berry was helping her daughter plan a dream wedding. But after Jana's violent murder, her mom is now planning her daughter's funeral.
When we got to the cemetery, it was raining, and Jonna was buried in her engagement ring. She still had some blood around her cuticles and her fingernails. So I cleaned her nails, and that was the last thing I could do for her.
She had so many plans for her life, and she was going to live life on her own terms. And that was taken from her, brutally and violently taken from her.
Her brother was supposed to play the piano
at her wedding. Right.
And now he's playing at her funeral. How does a family switch gears like that?
You don't have no choice. We had no choice.
But there's an unexpected guest at the funeral. Just 48 hours after he was released from the hospital, Jana's roommate, Jason Amami, attends the funeral. And so do detectives.
There was a lot of chatter about the fact that Jason had run from the scene and leaving Jana there essentially to die.
People thought he had to have some kind of role in this because of his actions or inaction.
Did it trouble you that he ran away from the scene to get help instead of trying somehow to help her?
It did for a while, but now after you have time to process things and really think about it, I thought he was just trying to get out too, because he was attacked.
Detectives want an exact picture of what happened inside Jana and Jason's apartment. With his detailed play-by-play, Jason takes them as close as possible to being in that room when the attack happened.
Date is December 9th, 2004. Time is 15:59.
We had him look around to see if anything was missing, if anything had been stolen or disrupted.
There was an Atlanta Braves baseball cap that was found in Jana's bed that was not there before, was not owned by Jana, was not owned by Jason Amami.
The partial shoe print on the cardboard, the Atlanta Braves hat, those things were leading us to believe that someone else possibly had entered the apartment.
In the sheriff's office video of the walkthrough, you can see that Jason's wounds from the attack are still fresh and visible. Still, he's able to calmly describe the evening's events in great detail.
I came home from the gym and the door was locked. Jonna sitting right here.
The walkthrough was really important for us to watch his body language, listen to him, look for inconsistencies regarding what he was telling us about the scene, what happened that night.
He tells police the same story he did in his interview the day of the murder. Jonna went to sleep first. He went to bed around 12:30 and then was awakened around 4 a.m.
I heard a scream. I didn't say a word. My door was totally closed to my room. I woke up just from my sleep here, and I remember walking this way.
He says he opened his bedroom door, which was closed. He was confronted by someone.
And he is right there. And I'm still looking down, and I remember doing this and having him face me and grab me like this. And then he pushed me back this way, and I fell on the bed like this.
At first he was confused. He wasn't sure if he was being punched or being stabbed.
He just kept stabbing and stabbing. And that's at the point to where I noticed he finally had a knife. I remember trying to defend myself like this with my hands, and that's where I got the cuts on my hands.
And Jason described pushing them back towards the wall of the bedroom. That information was corroborated by blood smear on the drywall.
Jason says he no longer heard Jonna screaming and didn't know if she had escaped the apartment or not.
I took off and I ran as fast as I could this way.
He said that when he left the apartment, he had to unlock the front door to get out.
And as I ran through here and got the door open, I just ran. I didn't even stop in here. I ran down through here and down these stairs.
So Jonna's roommate goes running from this apartment complex. What route did he take?
Jonna's apartment is located over this way, so he ran out of the apartment complex. He saw a figure off in the distance. He thought it was the person that was still chasing him or looking for him.
Came this way and looked closer at it. And I saw a figure come from behind this little cabana here and kneel down in between one of these bushes here on the other side of the pool. And it was kind of like somebody going like this. Walking like this.
After knocking on doors at a neighboring apartment complex but not getting any help, Jason takes off down the road.
I think the biggest information that we got from the walkthrough was he felt like he was being pursued, and you kind of started to understand how and why he made it all the way to the 24-hour convenience store before he could summon help.
I bolted down to the street, and I got behind the car and started yelling even more. They didn't even stop. So I remember going just right next to these bushes here. I remember scaling right about this point right here. And then when I got to the door here, I looked inside, noticed the clerk. I got to here, told him to get help.
After that minute-by-minute account that was consistent with his earlier statements, detectives are now less convinced that Jason could be the killer. But is he telling the full truth?
When Jason was confronted by the polygrapher, he became very upset.
Turn your chair around, let's talk. Yeah. Your scores were substantial, Faith. Where am I wrong then? I have told you the 100% truth.
And new physical evidence leads to more questions than answers.
There was Jonna's DNA, Jason Amamy's DNA, and there was an unknown DNA that was collected.
They realized there's a third party that was in that room.
And a twist so wild, not even seasoned investigators could see it coming.
I felt very confident. This has to be our guy.
Why would anybody want to cop to a crime they didn't commit?
Families still looking to track down a murderer tonight, nearly 3 years after their daughter in UT co-ed is killed in her apartment.
What is that like for you as a family to have your daughter murdered and no one arrested for it?
That was the only thing on my mind from morning to night. That's all I could think about.
When it comes to this mother wanting to find answers, she would stop at nothing.
We need to know who did this to Jonna. We need answers.
We would follow up with the tips that we would get.
Ruling out suspects.
All I'm trying to determine is the truth. And I'll give my point, Jason, that you haven't told it to me. And I've told you the 100% truth.
And seeing what's left.
There was an unknown DNA that was collected from several locations inside and outside of the apartment.
Now that's got to be important because now that's going to be something that's going to lead you to somebody. You get the case of Jonna Berry and you're running samples. Give me an idea of how that works.
There's no other person, literally no other person in the world, but you that could have left that sample.
You know what happened to this girl?
Here in Knoxville, we don't have a murder every day. When something like this happened to Jonna Berry, it kind of shook up the neighborhood.
Brendan Park Apartments calls itself a peaceful retreat here in West Knoxville. But one early December morning, that peace was shattered. 21-year-old Jonna Berry had been brutally stabbed in her own apartment.
In a million years, I would never have thought that this would have happened to my daughter.
21-year-old Jonna Berry and her roommate were stabbed in their Brendan Park apartment on December 6th. The roommate who survived was able to call police, but Jonna didn't make it, and her killer is still on the loose.
Based on the description that Jason gave us, we had a composite sketch made.
This is who sheriff's investigators are trying to identify. He's in his 20s, about 5 feet 8 inches tall, 150 pounds.
The thing about the composite, it had some really distinguishing features. Kind of almond-shaped eyes, widow's peak, kind of a blunted nose, but a white male.
If you think you have information that could help the case, you're asked to call the sheriff's office.
Leads were coming in, but leading nowhere. Meanwhile, Jonna's mom turns her grief into frustration. The weeks go by, no arrest. What is that like for you as a family to have your daughter murdered and no one arrested for it?
We called every day. We would call the detectives.
There was that feeling that detectives and the sheriff's office weren't doing enough, when in reality, they were working this every day. There just weren't any answers.
Jonna Berry's family is still upset over a lack of closure.
I can tell you that the 2 detectives assigned to the case were running nonstop, chasing down leads, going through tip lines. All of those things were happening, but the end result wasn't there.
It was very hard for me not to have an answer for Jonna's parents, and speaking with them on a daily basis, letting them know there's nothing new, there's no more leads.
I became so worried that it would become a cold case and we would never get answers. I kept it in the media. I did everything that I could.
You turned your grief into action.
I did. I did.
Yesterday, they were at the track in Bristol. Today, a church in downtown Knoxville.
She called me every time she was doing something different. Hey, we're going to put flyers at the cleaners. Can you come?
Joan used her own money to put billboards all over town, including a heavily traveled stretch of I-40.
We had several billboards with Jonna's pictures, with the picture of the composite on them, and $70,000 reward.
A local grocery store chain had information about seeking help to solve the unsolved murder on their delivery trucks.
We handed out flyers. Family and volunteers put flyers on cars in the neighborhoods around through there.
I don't think I could ever be as strong as Joan. She wouldn't stop. She digs in and she just goes.
That was the only thing on my mind every day, from morning to night. That's all I could think about was who would kill Jonna.
While the investigation has made little progress in naming a suspect, things are moving ahead on the forensics front.
Inside Jonna's apartment, there was a very pronounced shoe print in blood.
We ended up sending off the cardboard that the tread pattern was on, and we got information back from that this tread appeared to be this type shoe, Faded Glory. Most have sold at Walmart.
The shoe print ID is the most promising evidence so far, leading detectives to their strongest suspect.
We got a tip a few streets over from the apartment complex that an individual had been involved in some crimes, some thefts, and that led us to an individual named Michael Percival. He lived in a trailer park, probably within a few miles of the apartment complex. When we went into the trailer to talk to him, the carpet cleaner was sitting there next to the living room.
A carpet cleaner isn't necessarily suspicious in and of itself, but what if somebody was using it to clean up blood tracked in on the bottom of their shoe? Detectives ask Percival if they can look at his shoes.
Detective Delgado retrieved the shoes for Michael Percival, and she noticed the tread on those being similar to the tread that were found in the apartment in Jason Amamy's room. She kind of elbowed me and showed me the tread, and we were both kind of like, holy cow, this could really be, you know, the shoes.
I saw Captain Hall, and he said, we've got him. He still had the shoes, Kevin. He still had the shoes. Everything looked like it was lining up for us. Michael Percival was the individual responsible for Jonna's death.
But does the shoe fit?
We can't believe what he's saying. You know, it doesn't make any sense.
And there are more questions for Jason Amamy as his patience wears thin.
100%. I have anything to do with it. Calm down. I'm getting out of here. I ain't getting out of here. Calm down. I feel like a suspect.
Detectives Hall and Delgado have just gotten a big lead in Jonna Berry's murder case. They're led to a 19-year-old named Michael Percival. His shoes appear to match that bloody shoe print left behind at the crime scene.
I felt very confident. This has to be our guy.
Both of us were kind of big-eyed.
It was just like, we've got it solved. We couldn't believe that he kept the shoes.
Investigators bring Percival in for an interview. And in a shocking admission, the teenager says he witnessed the murder.
When Michael first admitted to being at Jonna's house, he explained that this was part of a drug deal gone wrong.
He said that he went there with a drug dealer to collect money from Jonna and Jason for drugs that they had purchased. He said that he entered the apartment and this individual that he came with was stabbing Jonna and Jason inside the apartment.
But as detectives keep questioning him, they say his story just isn't adding up.
There was nothing to indicate at all that Jason or Jonna were involved in drugs, so it was very inconsistent with what we knew about the victims.
Jonna was never involved in drugs. She was very straight-laced.
Investigators take a closer look at Percival's shoes that they believe might have been at the crime scene.
We sent those off for analysis, and the analysis came back.
It was not an exact match.
Those were not the shoes. This was another dead end.
Michael Percival was ultimately cleared.
Why would anybody want to cop to a crime they didn't commit?
We learned through the investigation that Michael Percival liked attention.
Now, back at square one, investigators are re-examining the case.
There's this one person detectives keep coming back to, and it's Jonna's roommate, Jason Amamy.
While evidence such as the CDs, a baseball cap, and that bloody shoe print suggest a third person might have been in the apartment, detectives still have questions for Jason.
We wanted to 100% make sure that Jason wasn't involved in this in any way. Even if there was another person involved, that he didn't let them in.
So police ask him to take a polygraph test. He agrees, and the test is videotaped.
Are you ready to take the test?
Sure.
All right. If you would,
Let me pick up my sweatshirt.
yeah, if you would.
One of the main reasons that we asked Jason to take a polygraph is just simply to see like how cooperative he would be with it.
Do you know for sure who caused the death of John Berry?
No.
Did you have prior knowledge that the person who stabbed Johnny would be at your apartment that night?
No.
But then things take a sudden turn in the interview room when the polygrapher begins to interrogate Jason.
Jason, I want you to listen to me.
Yeah.
You know, I think you're a smart boy, but you did a part on that test.
Did I really?
You really did. Turn your chair around. Let's talk.
Yeah. Why do you think you failed the test? I don't know. I was 100% truthful.
The polygrapher basically started interviewing Jason Amemy and accusing him of being the killer.
But I've been doing this for a long time, and there's something that you have not told me. Did you stab that girl?
No. I did not stab her at all.
Did you get just angry, perhaps, over something that she said or something that happened there?
Never.
And you just lashed out?
Never.
All I'm trying to determine is the truth.
And I'm
And my point is, Jason, that you haven't told it to me.
Where am I lying then? I have told you the 100% truth.
It was the first time we really saw Jason react emotionally, in the sense you could tell he was very angered and offended by the question.
Are you saying I did it?
I'm saying it certainly looks like it.
It was confrontational. The polygrapher was not just asking questions, but was essentially involved in a heated interrogation.
100%. I don't have anything to do with this. I don't care what that box says. I voluntarily took this. If I had something to hide, why would I take this test? Why would I do DNA? Why would I do this?
Calm down.
I'm getting mad here. I ain't
You
getting
don't need to get
upset.
mad. Calm down.
I feel like a suspect
Calm
now.
down. Calm down.
He's very, very upset. It took a little bit to get him calmed down.
Police are reviewing Jason's test results when they discover there's an error.
The polygrapher said that he failed the test. When we had two other polygraphers look at the results, they basically said that he passed the test.
Besides passing the polygraph, detectives also aren't able to link that bloody shoe print or partial fingerprint on the knife to Jason, so he's ultimately cleared.
Jason was originally from Colorado, and shortly after, he relocated back to Colorado.
Michael and I traveled to Colorado and visited with him. He answered our questions and had time for us, and I'm sure this has affected Jason's life too.
Jason has not only suffered the trauma of the attack, but he's also facing public scrutiny and innuendo.
Jason was a good kid who got caught up in this and the circumstances of it and made a decision of flight that was involuntary, and took a lot of heat and a lot of flack for that, and has.
Weeks after the murder, a new bombshell development when lab results come back from blood at the crime scene.
There was Jonna's DNA, Jason Amemy's DNA, and there was an unknown DNA inside and outside of the apartment.
Could this DNA belong to the killer? Detectives are racing to find out.
That was the key to getting the person that did this.
Wow, they're going to be able to find who murdered her.
I see memories of Jonna everywhere in the house, right?
Yes. These are Jonna's little baby shoes.
They rest here?
That's where they stay here all the time, yeah.
Even though years have gone by since their daughter's murder,
this is my pride and joy. I love this.
in nearly every corner of every room, mementos of Jonna.
This is Jonna's room. We call it Jonna's room.
Jonna's room.
Still. And I still have her wedding gown.
You still have
Still
it?
have her wedding gown.
All these years
after
later.
20 years.
This is it. That's beautiful.
This is the dress, her wedding gown.
All the beading. Oh, look at the train. Oh.
She looked beautiful in it. Yeah, it's 20 years old. She had picked out a wedding band for Jason, and we bought it. So Jonna's dad wears the wedding band. He wears it every day.
Well, still got it. She worked so hard and did so many things. That was a small gesture.
I'm glad that she got to experience being engaged and planning a wedding.
Weeks after Jonna's murder, investigators still don't have a suspect. But then a break in the case. DNA results have just come in.
There were 3 DNA samples found at the scene: Jonna's, Jason, and an unknown male perpetrator.
The unknown sample, it was found in Jonna's bedroom. It was also found in the living room, and it was found on the back door and outside on the back deck. And we know that they exited out the rear of the apartment because the unknown DNA is not only on the back door, but it leads down the back stairwell. We found no unknown DNA on the front door or leading out the front door.
Detectives also make a key discovery on the murder weapon.
There was an unknown DNA that was found on the knife.
The race is now on to find out who the DNA belongs to.
We thought they're going to be able to find who murdered her.
But after running that unknown DNA through a law enforcement database, investigators get some disappointing news.
The DNA comes back to us. There's no one in the system that comes back to.
They don't know who it belongs to.
It seemed unusual to us that a person would commit a crime with such violence if they didn't have some sort of other violent history.
They ran the DNA and no match.
No match.
While meeting with investigators, Joan learned something else that shocks her.
Tennessee doesn't take DNA if you're arrested for a violent crime, only if you're convicted. I was absolutely shocked, and I even said, wow, well, that needs to be changed.
And that's exactly what Joan does. For more than 2 years, hoping it might lead to her daughter's killer, she pushes for a new DNA law.
I would go to the Capitol and introduce myself and ask them if they would support the DNA law.
We're talking about any violent crime such as murder, rape, even robbery. Those people arrested would have to submit their DNA.
Joan is a fighter, and she rose up like a phoenix.
Jonna Berry was her name, and her parents, Joan is sitting in the back of the chamber here with me today, have been on a crusade.
Well, a victory today for family and friends of murdered UT student Jonna Berry.
I think this is a very important bill for every citizen in the state of Tennessee.
You pushed and pushed, and you got this law passed in Tennessee. You changed the law.
Yes, we did.
Jonna's law.
It is. It's called the Jonna Berry Act.
But ironically, even after changing the law, Joan discovers there's still no match with that unknown DNA in her daughter's case. How did you find the strength to keep pushing?
And this was the most important thing in the world to me, to find out who murdered Jonna.
When it comes to this mother wanting to find answers, she would stop at nothing.
To keep her daughter Jonna's name out in the public, Joan goes on national talk shows.
Joan, what has it been like all these years?
There's no words to explain what we've gone through.
She even goes on the Montel Williams show seeking a psychic's help.
Really need to know, we need to know who did this to Jonna. We need answers.
Heartbroken warrior. That's who Joan is.
That was my prayer always, to have an answer. And I believed in my heart that God would answer my prayers.
Even if it took a while?
Mm-hmm. And one day he said, "What are you worried about? It's gonna be okay."
As the investigation into Jona's murder went on, it really expanded. Thousands of tips came in.
We would follow up with the tips that we would get. Every person that we came in contact with, we asked them to voluntarily commit to a DNA sample.
We looked into any person that we possibly could, but it was just dead end after dead end.
Then, about 2.5 years after Jonna Berry's death,
So in this lab, we actually have dual purpose.
a forensic scientist makes a key discovery.
I said, oh, wow, this might be something.
Our chief of detectives called and said that we all needed to get together. He needed to talk to us.
And he's like, get here as soon as you can.
A family still looking to track down a murderer tonight, nearly 3 years after their daughter in a UT co-ed is killed in her apartment.
The main thing that you're going on is DNA evidence.
Yes, we had the unknown DNA. It was really our only connection to the person that was connected to this crime.
We thought, will we ever have this case solved? Then the case makes a turn. Someone called in a tip after looking at the composite sketch, and they said, that looks like someone I know. And that someone is Taylor Olson.
Looks very similar.
Yes.
Taylor Lee Olson is 22 years old. He lived about 15 minutes from the crime scene, and he was known to have committed some petty crimes, also harassment, theft.
He also had an outstanding warrant for his arrest out of another jurisdiction. We arrested him, asked him about the crime.
Does he present in any way at all to you that he might have a connection to this?
He said that he didn't know anything about the crime. He voluntarily gave us his DNA.
Given that Taylor Olson only had smaller petty crimes, he didn't really fit the profile of who we were looking for.
We just thought, hey, you know, this is just another person that looks like the composite sketch.
Olson's DNA is then sent to a lab to compare it to the unknown DNA found at the crime scene.
It comes back, it is a match to the blood of that unknown person found at the crime scene.
So in this lab, we actually have dual
Jennifer
purpose.
Millsaps, the forensic scientist at the lab, made the match.
I looked at it a couple times. I wasn't too sure. I wanted to make sure that it actually was a match and I hadn't confused something. So we actually ran it twice to verify it.
That must have been a big moment.
Oh yeah, it was huge.
Amazing. Probably one of the happiest moments of my life.
We were all very excited, high-fiving each other, celebrating.
Gave Brad a big hug or something because we couldn't believe it finally happened.
You get a phone call. There's a match.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I said, I want to put you on the speakerphone because I wanted Mike to hear too, because I didn't trust what I was hearing. It was the blessing that God had answered my prayer.
So when we come back to town, we learn that Taylor Olson has a couple more outstanding warrants for his arrest, a burglary and a theft.
At that time, detectives don't have a warrant to arrest him for murder.
So we go into mode of looking for him and trying to locate him on those arrest warrants.
He was found, ironically, in the mall where Jonna worked, in the parking lot of the mall.
He was inside the trunk of a car. He was trying to hide from the officers. So we took him into custody.
You had your suspect.
We had a suspect. We wanted to give him an opportunity to explain why his DNA or his blood was found there in the crime scene.
What's up, Taylor? How you doing, man? Very good.
It was very important to us that he didn't have any upfront knowledge that we were going to talk to him about Jonna or the DNA.
Do you know why you're here?
Pretty much.
What for?
Guys accused me of breaking into his house and stealing a bunch of steel.
Had you ever heard about the Jonna Berry homicide case before?
Mm-hmm.
So you'd never seen Jonna Berry before?
Like, in person?
Yeah.
No, I've never met her.
Detectives decide to confront Olson with the DNA evidence.
After I sent your sample off to the TBI lab, they got us a report back. It's a match for your DNA being in Jonna Berry's apartment.
Is this a joke?
No.
Like, I really don't know anything like it.
Trust me, it's not a joke. Is there any reason that you can explain your blood being in John Berry's apartment?
My blood was in John Berry's apartment.
Right.
You serious?
Yeah.
He was very adamant that he was not there. He denied any involvement.
You think killed someone?
I'm just talking about the evidence, is what I'm talking about.
I've never killed anyone.
We knew he was there, of course, because of the blood, his DNA being there.
So we're here to give you an opportunity.
Okay.
To, tell us what happened, why you were there, and why your blood was there.
I have never been there. I don't know killer. I haven't killed no one. I've never killed anybody. Never.
There was no doubt in my mind at that point that this was the person that we've been looking for. And we have your blood there.
So I'm pretty much huh?
We're giving you the opportunity to explain.
I don't have an explanation.
What happened?
Finally, we were just like, hey, he's just going to keep going and going with his story, and nothing's ever going to change.
It almost seemed like he thought that he was going to get away with it.
Olson is questioned 3 days in a row. And on the final day, investigators are about to make a breakthrough.
I've been sitting out here in the hallway listening to this that you're talking about, and I'm just about sick of it. Why did you do this to this girl?
And finally he said, okay, I was there.
I can't believe this happened.
You got the knife away from that person, went kind of crazy.
Have a seat now, Chair. You won't go free?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is your opportunity to tell because this is your last chance. Your last chance to get your voice out there. You tell your side of it. We already know her side.
On his third day of taped interrogation, Taylor Olson continues to deny any knowledge of John Berry's murder.
Why don't you tell me what happened when you were inside?
I don't know.
He would just say, I don't have an explanation, don't have an explanation. So finally, we just said, enough's enough.
Taylor, I've been sitting out here in the hallway listening to this you're talking about, and I'm just about sick of it. You know what happened to this girl? Look at this. You were there. You know what happened to her? We know you were there. The evidence shows you were there. Why did you do this to this girl? Huh? Why'd you do that?
And that's when you really saw Taylor change. Once he saw the crime scene photo, this is what happened, this is what you did. You need to talk about this.
Finally, with evidence of the crime staring him right in the face, Taylor Olson begins sharing his own account of the night of the murder.
I just didn't understand what happened.
Did you have blood on you? Were you cut?
I don't remember if I was cut.
Eventually, more details begin trickling in as Olson says he was out that night with a friend named Noah Cox.
Me and Noah went out and jacked a CD player out of a car. And we kind of got lost from each other. And someone came out when we were breaking into cars and yelled at us. Ran off. I don't know where the hell he was.
Now, wandering around on his own, Olson says he suddenly found himself outside Jana's apartment.
He says he goes up back steps of Jana and Jason Amamy's apartment.
I was looking for some keys. And then someone said, "Who are you?" or "What are you doing?" or something. And I was like, chill out. And then I just heard a yell, and then I just felt the pain.
He goes in Jana's bedroom. Jana wakes up. He says they get into a confrontation and she has a knife, stabs him on the arm, fought with her over the knife.
She did fight back hard. She fought for her life. That's why the stabbing kept going on and on.
You got the knife away from that person and just went kind of crazy?
Yeah. I guess they were sleeping with it. just freaked out.
As for Jason Amami, Olson says he had no idea that another person was in the apartment.
I didn't even remember anything about the guy until the news said it was 2 people. I didn't realize everyone got hurt like that.
Did you just go in there and things just went wrong?
I really don't know her, man. I've never met her.
There's no reason for him to select that apartment other than the fact that it was the first apartment he came to that had an open door.
And Jonna, according to her mom, was a stickler for locking the door every night. Nobody knows why the door was unlocked on that night.
After nearly 3 years of unanswered questions, with investigators looking at people in Jonna's life and complete strangers alike, Olson's confession is startling. And to wind up having a random person, a break-in, nobody who's really connected to her, that's not common, is it?
No, not really. It wasn't. It was a surprise to us, and I think everybody else was kind of surprised too.
Now that Knox County detectives know Taylor Olson's full story, he prepares to tell his mom and sister the truth.
Would you rather talk to your mom on the telephone, or would you rather talk to her in person?
I'd like to see her.
She really is being a mom. You kind of have to feel for her. What's going on? What has my son done?
What happened, Tay? Taylor, I love you.
It was an accident.
Are you sure, Taylor? Taylor, I need to know. It's okay. I want to know the truth, okay?
I can tell you.
Okay. You'd rather have the train. That's okay, too. Did they offer you one?
Yeah.
When did you tell him the truth? How did that come about?
I got my bloods on the night, and my blood's like in
Then
the
why did they
back door.
let you go? Did they get the DNA back? Okay, and it matches? Taylor, okay. Listen, I'm gonna help you. I want to make sure that this is for real and that you did it. No, I don't know.
And at that point, you feel their brokenness over this horrific crime.
Taylor, I want you to know something. I want you to start praying because there is a God. Do you hear? And He loves you and will forgive if this is true.
I'm so sorry, Mom.
Taylor.
After coming clean to his family, Olson now faces the press.
Did you mean to kill her? Why'd you do it? Was it an accident? But you stabbed her 26 times.
And his look was one of complete surprise, shock, baffled.
He told reporters it was an accident.
How's that an accident? Accidents happen one time, not 20 plus. No, that angered me that it was an accident.
Well, after 33 months of wondering and waiting, Jonna Berry's parents finally came face to face with the man charged with killing their daughter.
22-year-old Taylor Olson, he's facing 7 counts, including first-degree murder.
But just as Taylor Olson is about to go on trial, he does something that utterly rocks everyone involved in the case. You finally are getting to court, and then you get shocking news.
Our top story tonight. This man, 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson of Knoxville, is behind bars. Now, today's announcement providing some relief to Jonna's family, who have spent years and countless hours searching for her killer.
What was that like for you to see him and to come face to face with him in court?
You look at that person and it's like, I know you're not supposed to hate anybody, but I hated him.
Cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom for today's hearing, but inside, 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson did not enter a plea when he was arraigned.
Olson faces a 7-count indictment, including 3 counts of felony murder and 1 count of first-degree murder.
They're planning for a trial, and then we get word Taylor Lee Olson is dead. He hanged himself in his jail cell.
I got a call the Monday after Easter that he had been found in his jail cell. that he had fashioned a ligature with sheets.
You finally are getting to court, and then you get shocking news. He's taken his life.
When I got the news, I became very upset. I even cried.
What were the tears for?
Just tears of relief, because we don't have to fight the system.
But Joan Berry wants confirmation with her own eyes that her daughter's killer is really gone.
I called the DA's office and I said, I know you probably think I'm just a crazy old woman, but I want to see him dead, just the way I had to look at my daughter, dead.
Joan and Mike wanted that. We met in the conference room in the district attorney's office and showed them photographs of Taylor Olson's autopsy.
To some people it might sound cruel, but I think it gave me some closure.
I think that the Berrys needed to see the photos of Taylor Olson because they were deprived of the right of a trial.
Though there's no trial, the case isn't exactly over, because in writings left behind in his jail cell, Taylor Olson tries to argue his innocence from beyond the grave.
I read a bunch of letters that said, I didn't do it, and hung himself. That's a coward's admission of guilt.
Olson writes a long note called The Story, where he tries to shift blame by bringing back a familiar name.
Taylor Olson said he didn't do it and that Noah Cox, his friend, is the one who committed the crime.
Noah Cox was the individual that Taylor said he was with when they were breaking into vehicles and were separated.
In an audio recording with investigators, Noah Cox denies breaking into cars with Olson that night, and he's adamant that he was never in Jonna Berry's apartment.
Mr. Cox, were you present in the apartment when Jonna Berry was murdered?
No, sir. The whole story just really doesn't make sense.
We had talked to Noah Cox. He had submitted to a DNA sample. His DNA didn't come back as a match to the unknown sample.
There was no evidence showing that Noah Cox was ever in that apartment.
There's no other blood samples, fingerprints, nothing to indicate that anyone but Taylor was there.
Taylor Olson's partial fingerprint was ultimately found on the murder weapon. Was there any part of you that felt any sadness for the outcome?
I felt sad for his family. Two families' lives have been ruined, you know, painfully. I'll never see my daughter again. Now they'll never see their son again.
Through their pain, Joan and Mike Berry stay busy, focusing on the laws they've changed and all the victims they've helped. And now here we are at the TBI, where there is big change.
There is change.
There's now a memorial to Jonna at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Knoxville DNA lab.
Long after we're gone, she'll still be helping others.
To be able to have made that kind of change in a state law, that must be gratifying, even in the midst of your heartbreak.
It is very gratifying, but it's also sad that this had to happen to my daughter.
And when Joan and Mike aren't tirelessly fighting for victims' rights,
every senator vote on the bill. Every senator vote has every senator voted.
You do remember that one?
August the 26th or 21st birthday.
they take time to savor the bright, wonderful memories their daughter left behind, including a note written to each of them on her high school graduation day.
I still have the letter, so I'd like to read it to you, and it says, "Dear Mom, I want to thank you for being my mom. You have always been the one I could turn to, no matter what. The only true friend that I've ever had. I only hope that someday that I'll be a mom as good as you are. I hope that I have made you proud, and I hope I will continue to make you proud in the future. I love you, your daughter, Jonna."
I love you guys.
She loved life. You know, I can still see her in her little red convertible with the top down, and her ponytail blowing in the wind.
Jonna, smile to the camera, girl.
Hey. Jonna's dead, but she's not dead in my heart. I plant flowers in her memory. Sometimes I'm outside, I think butterflies remind me of her.
So she's still with you?
She is.
Such emotional words from a mother, David. After her daughter's murder, Joan Berry actually started a support group to help families and victims of violent crime.
And Deborah, as you know, she also continues to advocate for DNA arrest laws. Today, 34 states require that DNA is collected after an arrest. That's our program for tonight. I'm David Muir.
And I'm Deborah Roberts. From all of us here at 2020 and ABC News, good night.